We don't just build back, we elevate every space.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on, Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change-anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
Some folks would say the Region Championship game is the most important game of the Region Baseball Tournament, but I myself might have to argue our first game of the day and the game before the Region 6 Championship game later tonight might hold a higher significance for these two teams, the Velva Drake Animus Aggies and the Garrison Troopers. It's an elimination game. You never want to be one game shy of that Region Championship. You always want to at least participate and give yourself a shot at the state tournament. That's what's on the line here in Game 1 of our Region 6 Baseball Tournament doubleheader as part of our postseason baseball coverage on the PSP Network. Welcome to the ballpark. It's Corbett Field in Minot, North Dakota. I'm Owen Patterson on the the call for both games today. The elimination game first between Velva and Garrison, and the championship later tonight, where Surrey awaits the winner of our first game. You're listening to the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show ahead of game number 1 with timely services that won't slow you down and no appointment needed. It's a stay-in-your-car drive-through oil change that'll take about 15 minutes at any of their service centers in Minot or Bismarck. You can find Valvoline Instant Oil Change online as well at VIOC.com. Well, breaking down this matchup, it's two teams that are among the mix of the storied programs here in Region 6 baseball over the years. Velva, they've qualified for the state tournament 30 times in their history. Garrison, along with Max, have qualified for it twice, but the Troopers are definitely a team you got to have your eyes on. They're a team on the rise ever since they cracked the Legion State tournament back in the start of the 2020s, and they continue to grow their program, and we saw a big momentum-boosting win yesterday in their first game out in this Region 6 tournament, at least in the first round. They had to win a play-in game to get here against South Prairie Max back last Thursday. It was a 6-3 win over Bishop Ryan, and they were powered by an early offensive slugfest by their group, headlined by Brax Nigelhart, Matt Yoakum, and the inside-the-park home run hitter, Brody Seidler. That put Garrison up 3-0. At that point, the Troopers would carry it the rest of the way off a good start as well from Matt Yoakum on the mound. A complete game win for the senior starting pitcher. That's how Garrison got their first win here of the week at Corbett Field in 6-3 fashion over the Bishop Ryan Lions. Velva had a different start to their tournament. They did not have to play a play-in game, for they were the #1 seed in the Region 6 in regular season. A perfect 10-0 record against region opponents. However, their first game of the new season, the postseason, against the Surrey Mustangs, went in favor of the 4th seed Surrey, a 3-2 nail-biter after Velva Drake Animus was struck out 12 times by Surrey starter Andrew Eby, also in a complete game win in the first round. Velva used up their ace, Wesley Nicholson, in that game. He could be considered their ace. They have a plethora of high-performing starting pitchers. He threw nearly his max. He's done for the rest of the tournament, so Velva keeps on going down the list of starting pitchers, and they need to play some extra games to qualify for the state tournament, which they came into this Region 6 bracket as, in some eyes, the favorites. Today they're playing their third game. They survived later yesterday evening with a win over the Bishop Ryan Lions, 7-6. They took an early lead, but the Lions clawed back and almost tied or even won that game in the 7th inning. The Bishop Ryan Lions were eliminated with 2 runners in scoring position, down by 1 run against the Velva Drake Animus Aggies in the top of the 7th inning yesterday. So that's how Velva's got here. It hasn't been very pretty for the Aggies, but they're still playing baseball, and they still have a state tournament appearance, possibly number 31, on the line later on today, and they're going to have to play Wednesday as well to officially submit that qualification bid. We've got more of our Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show coming up next. The starting lineups, the Northern Plains Heating and Air keys to the game, and of course, first pitch from Corbett Field on day 2 of Region 6 baseball action. It's the elimination game, the second one, and the first and only one today between Velva and Garrison. More on the way from Corbett next on the PSP Network.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA Civic. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors LLC and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Our stylists are trained to understand the nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7. Pressure. Points. Yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's the spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair. The best part about working at BNC National Bank is developing relationships.
I love working with people.
We've been here for over 25 years.
We've grown just like our communities we're in.
But we still have that personal connection with our customers.
And that's why we can find the best solutions for them.
It feels great seeing projects around the community and knowing we're a small part of making that happen.
We're helping people buy their first homes.
Plan for the future.
From startups to big business.
We're part of the community.
And we're proud of it.
Yours truly, BNC.
Welcome back to the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show ahead of our first game of 2 today on day 2 of the Region 6 Baseball Tournament, broadcast live on the PSP Network. Thank you for joining us this evening. It's about time for baseball, but first, let's continue on with this pregame show by taking a look at our Northern Plains Heating & Air keys to the game for this elimination contest between the Garrison Troopers and Velva Drake Animus Aggies. Northern Plains Heating & Air has over 25 years of experience as your heating and air experts and the factory authorized dealer for AeroSeal. There's no other choice to seal your heating and air game than Northern Plains. Find them online at northern-plains.com. For Garrison, there's no room for error. You can take that one 2 ways. Obviously, this is an elimination game. Can't lose or else your season comes to an end. And also, on the other side, defensively. That's what really cost Garrison the game yesterday against Surrey in their winner's bracket matchup against two teams that really is called the 1-0 game, but they were 2-0 after play-in game victories. The Troopers committed 6 errors defensively that proved costly against Surrey, a team that scored 10 runs on just 6 hits by my count yesterday. So the defense has to be sharp for Garrison, and of course the overall theme today, you lose the first game, your season's done. If you win, without room for error, you will play for a Region 6 championship game later tonight. On the other side for the Velva Drake Animus Aggies, it's a new day. Yesterday, as you can see from their expressions when they came off the field after the first game and after the second game as well, that was not the way that they were picturing or envisioned day 1 to go as the #1 seed. And started with the first round loss to Surrey, which is a huge setback for teams in the postseason, especially in a condensed tournament like Region 6 is, which might just be 2 days. How do you even plan for pitching like that? But the good thing is Velva does have the arms to sustain a 3-day, 5-game tournament like they're going to have to face if they want to qualify for the State B tournament in Jamestown next weekend. So they get a night to refresh. They come back to the ballpark here for a 5 o'clock first pitch, just like it usually is in the regular season. It's a new day for the Aggies, and that's the key to taking home the wins today that they're going to need to hopefully qualify for that 31st state tournament in their program history. It's just about time to hear the national anthem here inside Corbett Field. We'll run through the starting lineups before first pitch in the first inning, but we'll send it over to our public address announcer here inside Corbett Field, Scott Cattell, very shortly once the Velva Drake Animus starters are announced. First, another reminder that this pregame show is brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change with timely services that won't slow you down and no appointment needed. It's a stay-in-your-car drive-through oil change. It'll take about 15 minutes at any of their service centers in Bismarck or Minot. Also find out what they do online at VIOC.com. Quick rundown of the schedule today. Elimination game here at 5. Come back at 7:30 for the Region 6 championship game. The winner between Velva Drake Animus and Garrison will play against the Surrey Mustangs with a trip to the state tournament on the line. It looks like we might not even have a national anthem ahead of this one, so we're going to get into those starting lineups right now. First, for the visitors on the scoreboard, the Garrison Troopers. Leading off, playing shortstop, is Braxton Eigelhart. Batting second out in center field is Matt Yoakum. Trayson Eigelhart bats third and does the pitching today for the Troopers and head coach Luke Gehring. Cleanup batter is the first baseman, Gage Roberts. Brody Seidler bats fifth and plays in left field. Grady Crawford due up 6 for Garrison. He'll be playing third base defensively. The DH bats seventh. That's Jamison Remy. Batting eighth, playing second base, it's Cooper Coble. Batting ninth, the catcher, Emmett Legge. All right, they just skipped the national anthem in completely. We're ready for baseball here from Corbett Field in Minot on a beautiful day for baseball. A little bit of wind, overcast skies, but there's no rain, at least right now. And we've got first pitch. We're underway from Corbett Field. Pitch from Cooper Kittleson misses low and out of the zone to Braxton Eigelhart. In that lineup for Garrison, Braxton Eigelhart, Yoakum, Trayson Eigelhart, Roberts, Seidler, Crawford, Remy, Coble, and Legge. Ground ball past the diving third baseman. That's going to be Wesley Nicholson. Starting defensively at the hot corner for Velva, just gets underneath his glove. And there's a leadoff man aboard for the Garrison Troopers here in the top of the first inning. Starting defense for the Aggies, Reggie Bruner's behind the plate, finishing the battery with starting pitcher Cooper Kittleson. Luke Selzler starts at first base. Second baseman's Braden Bossert. Mason McPeak starts at short. We just saw Wesley Nicholson get his first action of the game over at third. Matt Yoakum squares to bunt. Lets it go. It's a called strike. Trayson Eigelhart with the steal. He's going to successfully swipe second base, and there's a runner in scoring position for the Troopers here early in the first inning. Left to right in the Aggie outfield, it's going to be Kaysen Larson, Ben Shep, and Mason Kraft. Kittleson comes back with the 0-1 offering. Corners up for the Aggies, playing the bunt from Yoakum. He's going to hold that bat over his back shoulder and watch a called strike 2. Kittleson already in payoff pitch territory here to Yoakum. Looking for the first out of this first inning, help the Aggies defensively. Inside, Yoakum hops out of the way of a curveball that didn't really curve that much. And Kittleson puts the first ball on the board in this at-bat. Just a little low. Yoakum lets it go. It's 2-2. Cooper Kittleson getting the start for the Velva Aggies today. And his season numbers very shortly after this at-bat. It's a called strike 3. First K of the day for Kittleson. And there's one on and one gone now for the number 3 batter in the Garrison lineup, Trayson Eigelhart. Eigelhart had himself a very good second game yesterday in the winner's bracket contest against Surrey. 3 for 4, 2 singles and a double. He didn't score. Now trying to plate a run, his brother Braxton. Pitch high 1-0. Ground ball right past the pitcher and the diving second baseman, Braden Bossert. They're going to wave around Braxton Eigelhart. The play at the plate. It's going to get cut off. And Garrison's on the BNC National Bank scoreboard first. It's 1-0 Troopers in the top of the first inning. Here it is on your Ryan Family Dealerships replay. The 1-0 pitch to Trayson. Right back through the wickets of Cooper Kittleson into center field. Eigelhart takes 2 bases. It'll be an RBI single for Trayson Eigelhart. Cooper Kittleson making his 4th start of the season, 7th total appearance. He's pitched 25 1/3 innings, compiling an ERA of 1.11. Checks the runner, Trayson Eigelhart at first base. Back in safely. 1 run across for Garrison on the BNC scoreboard here in the first. Gage Roberts pushes a bunt to third. The throw over to first is in time. It's a successful sac bunt for Gage Roberts. And Garrison, you'll know, they play a lot of small ball, a lot of bunting, a lot of stealing. They take bases on wild pitches. It's just a lot of the little things that Garrison does to help their cause. A young team on their roster. But it's just the style of baseball they play keeps them in a lot of games. We saw that yesterday against Bishop Ryan. Strike 1 called to Brody Seidler. Not many had a better day yesterday than this kid did. Seidler in his first game led off the region tournament with an inside the park 3-run home run. He would gather another 2 hits in that matchup against the Lions, reach base all 4 times he came to the plate. Then against Surrey in the nightcap, a single and reach on error. He was struck out in the end, so he's been retired once in this Region 6 tournament. 1-1 pitch to Seidler, who starts in left field for the Troopers this afternoon. Just high 2-1. 2 outs in the inning. Trayson Eigelhart stands on second base for the Troopers in the blue jerseys. Velva Drake Animus in the gold. Kittleson kicks and delivers. Pop fly, shallow right field. Tough run back for Seltzer, but he does make the catch, and that'll end the inning. Garrison gets 1 on the RBI single by Trayson Eigelhart. Watch it again on your Ryan Family Dealerships replay as we head to break. It's Garrison 1, Velva coming to bat on the PSP Network.
Meet Gary. Gary is an ordinary guy, but right now Gary has car trouble. Gary doesn't know about magic towing. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing. We are here to help 24/7. Magic Towing in Western North Dakota. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold up! Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
Well, Garrison got on the board first in the top of the first of the BNC National Bank scoreboard. It's Garrison 1, Velva none. Aggies coming up to bat for the first time today with locations throughout North Dakota, Minnesota, and Arizona. BNC National Bank provides you with banking and wealth management services for your business and family. Visit BNC Bank online today at bnc.bank. The Aggies batting order goes like this against Garrison starter Trayson Eigelhart. Leading off playing center field is Ben Shep. By the way, no changes in the Velva lineup again today for Game 3 of this tournament. Cooper Kittleson bats second and does the pitching. Reggie Bruner, the catcher, due up third. Cleanup batters Luke Selzer if we get there in this first inning, followed by Patrick Everett, the designated hitter. Mason McPeak, the shortstop. Mason Kraft plays in right field, batting seventh. Due up eighth for Velva today, Breeden Bossert, and Kaysen Larson rounds out the lineup, batting ninth, playing left field. Again, the starting pitcher for Garrison, Trayson Eigelhart. Another strong arm for Garrison on the hill. They've already used Matt Yoakum in Game 1, pitched a complete game against Bishop Ryan. He won't be available for the rest of the tournament for the Troopers. They started Braxton Eigelhart against Surrey, but pulled him early on. I believe it's just 1 day of rest for Braxton. He can pitch again on Wednesday should Garrison get to that second championship game. They're going to need to if they want a Region 6 crown this year. First pitch from Trayson Eigelhart to Ben Shep. Shep's way out in front on that swing. It's 0-1. Eigelhart uses a wide mix of pitches. His arsenal on the mound. Starts off with an off-speed pitch to Shep. Now comes fastball up and in. Evens the count, 1 ball and 1 strike. Third pitch to Shep. Again, reaches and golfs one to short. Braxton Eigelhart had a tough time getting it out of his glove, and that's going to lead to an infield single for the Velva Drake Animus Aggies and their leadoff batter, Ben Shep. See it again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Again, took that high hop off the turf, and we've seen a lot of these infielders have a tough read on that. It just bounces way up in the air. Played on the second bounce, and then, of course, like I mentioned, couldn't really get it out of his glove cleanly on the transition. Shep aboard with the infield single to lead off the home half of the first inning for Velva. First pitch now to Cooper Kittleson is ball 1. The Aggies put up 4 runs in the first inning against Bishop Ryan in the elimination game yesterday. That was big in getting the Aggies to Tuesday's action as they would hold on to that lead, winning 7-6. Shep runs on the bunt attempt by Kittleson, but it rolls foul, and he'll have to return to first base. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 to number 1-1 for Velva, Cooper Kittleson. Starting pitcher for the Aggies here in his first game of Tuesday doubleheader. Troopers bring the corners in. That's Grady Crawford at third. We'll get you that defensive lineup shortly after this at-bat. Eigelhart checks the runner at first. Gage Roberts had to reach for that ball. Saves him from going to the side wall there behind first base, where a lot of Velva and Garrison fans are congregated. It's hard to tell them apart, all with blue shirts. Ground ball to third. Crawford turns to his left, fires to second base, but it's out of the glove of Coble. An off-target throw from Grady Crawford, and that's back-to-back base runners on for the Aggies without a ball leaving the infield. And like I mentioned, our Northern Plains Indian Air keys to the game. No room for error for Garrison. Just some forced-out plays that need to be made early in this matchup against Velva, a team that can capitalize so much on other teams' miscues. That's the first error for the Troopers in this game. They committed 6 last night in the loss to Surrey. Coble holds on Shep at second base. Eigelhart still getting the sign. Checks both runners. Kittleson not being held on at first. He's got a large lead. First pitch to Reggie Bruner is a called strike on the outside corner to the Velva catcher. One strike to Bruner. Checks Shep for a long time. That was Trayson Eigelhart, the pitcher. Comes home for ball 1. Now many of the viewers know these two programs are one team on the football field, and Trayson Eigelhart and Reggie Bruner, quite the wide receiver options offensively for the Aggies. Their quarterback stands on second base. Skipping to the catcher, Laggy, is that 1-1 pitch from Eigelhart. Shep had a good read on it, but put on the brakes and heads back to second base. Now the 2-1 offering to Reggie Bruner. Nobody yet retired in the bottom of the first. Aggies with 2 runners on base. Strike 2 is called, low in the zone. Velva comes in with a record of 15-3 on the season. They had their 14-game winning streak snapped in the first game yesterday. A streak that started in their 3rd game of the year. They dropped the first 2 on the first day of their season. They were 10 run by both Kindred and Thompson. Both extremely talented teams in their own right. That's a walk to Bruner on the full count offering. Loads the bases for the Aggies. We refer back to that first inning yesterday when Velva took on Bishop Ryan. They scored 4 runs. Had 7 batters reach base before that first out. It was ultimately halted by a Lions triple play. Luke Selzler, the batter. Left-handed batting first baseman. And watches strike 1, looking to put a hard hit ball in play. Ball 2 delivered to Selzler. Eigelhardt has no place to put. Hard hitting first baseman. That'll be a called strike. A little inside to Luke. Takes another strike. 2's on the board. Eigelhardt gets the call from his catcher Emmett Laggy. Ground ball chopped to first, plays at home. Roberts throws it that way, and the Troopers retire the lead runner as Shep slides in, but is a force out. And the Aggies remain scoreless with 1 gone in the bottom of the first inning. Bases do remain loaded as Selzer reaches. I'll bring up Patrick Efforts. First pitch to him. Strike 1 called. Efforts DHing for the Aggies in this ball game. Fly ball left field. Seidler has to sprint in. Braxton Eigelhardt coming out. It's going to drop. The Aggies had to wait to see if that one was going to be caught. Seidler initially looked like he had a good read on it, which kept the base runners in their spots, but it just dropped to no man's land on the left field foul line. See if we got this one on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Yeah, only a little bit of it. You see very late does Kittleson leave third base and Bruner get off of second. So everybody moves up a base. It evens the score on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. This one in the hole. It's short. Eigelhardt does make the catch, but it's going to plate another run. 1 base at a time go the Aggies. That one off the bat of Mason McPeak, an infield single to short. And the Aggies have the lead 2-1 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Your life is busy. That's why they will make manage your money easy at BNC National Bank. With locations in North Dakota, Minnesota, and Arizona. Also find them online at bnc.bank. Courtesy runner coming in for Efforts.
Courtesy runner at second base, number 21, Logan Vincent.
Logan Vincent checking in for the Aggies to run at second base. Efforts comes off the base pass. Again, Velva in front for the first time. They've plated 2 runs so far in the bottom of the first. 1 retired in the inning. Base is still loaded. It's been that way since Luke Selzler came up. Now he stands at third. New batter is Mason Kraft for Velva. Kraft in game 2 yesterday reached base 3 times without recording a hit. A walk, reached on 2 errors and struck out. And 0 for 3, but he reached base 3 times. Called strike to the Velva right fielder. I think in the 7th position for the Aggies. Another big first inning on the horizon for Velva Drake Animus. Off balance, swings and hits a foul ball slowly to his head coach, Matt Weidler. Sitting in the third base coach's box. Weidler also the head coach of that Velva Drake Animus Garrison football team. McPeak swings at a high fastball, but it's foul. Foul ball. The Aggies are still running, but that one's dead. That one was foul by maybe an inch. It's going to be hard to see here on your screen. One half of Corbett Field's grandstand thought that one was an extra base hit for Mason Kraft. The other was pushing that one foul, hoping the wind picked up just in time. Wind that's barely blowing out to left field here at Corbett as the sun peers out of the clouds for the first time. Kraft this time goes the other way. It's going to stay on the infield. Roberts with a tough read on it. Makes the catch. 2 outs and no runners advance. Now Garrison could get out of this inning just trailing by 1 run should they be able to retire Braden Bossert. Selzler on third, Vincent on second. This is a ground ball to short. Eigelhart will turn and throw to first, and it is in time to retire Bossert. It was a close play there at the bag, but Garrison does get out of the inning, stranding the bases loaded. But Velva takes the lead after 1. Your score on the BNC National Bank scoreboard: Velva Drake Adamus 2, Garrison 1 in this Region 6 elimination game on the PSP Network.
Banking is some of the most important things in your life, and banking at the right bank is very important. We're really proud of our bank because we have great people, and our people are what make our bank go. We always want to treat our customers right and do the best job we can for them, and try to do things to help make our communities better.
Many of our clients come to us already accomplished in their lives and on the right track. However, whether it's in response to a life-changing event or you are nearing retirement, you can sleep well knowing that together we have planned for both life's opportunities and challenges. And no matter what happens, we are here to help guide you.
Well, you just never know what kind of game you're going to get here in Class B baseball, whether it's going to be a pitcher's duel down to the final out, or we're going to see a whole lot of offense. And early on, it's got the inclination of being an offensive slugfest between Velva Drake Adamus and Garrison in this game to see if one team's season will survive. Velva Drake Adamus jumps out to a 2-1 lead after Garrison put up the first run in the top of the first inning. Now we begin the second. Cooper Kittleson pitching for Velva. Has a count of 1 ball and 1 strike to Grady Crawford. Trooper sent 5 batters to the plate in inning number 1, scoring 1 run on 2 hits. Both hits by the Eigelharts. Braxton led off the inning with a single. Trayson drove him in. Foul ball off the bat of Crawford. Payoff pitch coming up from Kittleson. Foul ball over the head of the Surrey Mustangs, gathered on the bleachers there, third base side of the ballpark. They will be in action next. The Region 6 championship game, they'll await the winner, scheduled for 7:30. Ground ball to second. Bossert, tough time fielding it. Still has time to make the throw and get the out. Bossert did not field that ball cleanly. They took an extra little hop on him over the glove, was able to knock it down, keep it in front. That's the key. And still a time to make the throw from second base. Crawford retired. The 4-3 put out. It's Jamison Remy. Remy, hot shot ground ball. Just to the left of the third base bag. That left side of the outfield better be ready for Velva. He's just ahead of Kittleson's pitch. A bright pink bat with the blue handle. Kittleson fires a pitch low and outside, almost in the turf. Picked out of the ground by Reggie Bruner. 1-1. Not there. 2 balls and 1 strike. Remy just a tad underneath it. Foul ball to the backstop, counts at 2-2. Garrison, a team with a record of 9-4. In 2024, they've played no non-conference games. Went 7-3 in the region. Pitch to Remy. Sent out to left center field. Shep's there. First two batters that Kittleson faces in the second inning are retired. Crawford on the ground out to second. Remy on the fly out to left center field. Brings up Cooper Coble. Garrison playing from behind. Earned their second time up to the plate in this matchup. Garrison was swept in the regular season by Velva. Their only other loss was against Bishop Ryan. They were able to split with the Lions in the regular season. Called strike one to Cooper Coble. Coble, then Leggy, and the top of the order for Garrison should we get there in this inning. Sawed off there, right on the hands. And a foul ball that Bruner was unable to catch up to. Two strikes on Coble. A tough approach here against talented right-handed pitcher Cooper Kittleson. Out of the full windup, first base side of the rubber. Coble waits on the breaking pitch. Shep playing in center field, and that was in the best of intentions as that's a shallow fly ball to center field. Shep is there to make the catch and retire the Troopers 1-2-3 in the top of the second after 1.5 on the PSP Network and the BNC National Bank scoreboard. It's Aggies 2, Troopers 1.
There is no place like the Country Club. 18 holes of immaculate golf, along with golf simulator, PGA staff, club fitting and lesson, driving range and practice green, pro shop, delicious food, endless fun in the pool, and activities for the whole family. Learn more and become a member today.
We've changed our name, but we haven't changed the DNA of who we are. We still offer the best product at the best price with the same people. For over 25 years, we've been your only choice for tires in the local area, providing all major brands under one roof at a fair price for your family's budget. Plus that excellent service after the sale with free rotations, free alignment check, free flat repairs with our exclusive Plus plan. That tradition continues today. Looking for tires you can trust? Choose us. Trusted Tire and Auto.
This broadcast of high school baseball on the PSP Network is brought to you by Prestwich Orthodontics, specializing in braces and Invisalign for all ages. They offer 0% financing and free consultations, virtual or in office. Enjoy professional treatment in a fun, relaxed atmosphere. Check them out at minotbraces.com. First pitch at the bottom of the second inning from Trace Engelhardt is a strike to Kason Larson without a swing. Goes back with the 0-1. Larson, a dribbler down the third base line. That should stay foul. Larson going to come all the way back to the batter's box. It'll be 9-1-2 due up for Velva. Just now remembering I didn't get to that Garrison defensive lineup in the first inning. A lot of action by the Velva bats in that first frame. Put up 2 runs on 3 hits. There was 1 error by the Garrison defense, and another Aggie was walked. Payoff pitch from Engelhardt. Tries to get a chase from Larson. Kason doesn't bite. Emmett Laggy, the starting catcher for Garrison in this game. Fly ball, first base foul line. Room for Nordstrom, unable to make that catch. In an awkward corner there where the first base patio juts out into the field of play. Close to that foul line. Nordstrom tracked it all the way into the corner, but couldn't come up with the catch. Rest of the Garrison defense, it'll be Gage Roberts at first, Cooper Coble at second, Braxton Engelhardt at short, Grady Crawford at third. The outfield, Brody Seidler in left, and Yoakum in center, Slade Nordstrom's in right. New life here for Kason Larson. Again, lets one go on the outer part of the plate. He's not going to let Engelhardt have that. 2-2 pitch. Comes inside this time. Larson jumps out of the way, and he's worked the count to full after Trayson started off the at-bat with an 0-2 count. It's now on Engelhardt to make the pitch. Larson keeps on battling with a foul ball. Brings up pitch number 8 of this at-bat to lead off the bottom of the second inning. Strike 3 called. found that outside corner after 3 attempts. Eigelhart his first K of the day. Backwards K to Kaysen Larson brings up the top of the order, and Ben Shep led off the first inning for Velva with a single. He was thrown out at home on the force out. Infield playing deep. The leadoff hitter and center fielder for Velva. And a big defensive second inning. Retrieving 2 fly balls for 2 outs and a 1-2-3 frame for his starter, Cooper Kittleson. Above the letters for ball 1. Eigelhart working quickly on the mound, right back into the set position. Tails outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. And Velva, good plate discipline. Not chasing at the outside pitch from Eigelhart. 36 pitch already for Garrison's starting pitcher. That'll be ball 4 to Shep. Second walk issued by Trayson Eigelhart. This time on 5 pitches. Shep has reached base twice, brings up Cooper Kittleson. Kittleson reached base on a throwing error by Garrison's third baseman, Grady Crawford. He's trying to throw it to second base to start what could have been a double play. First offering to Cooper. Line drive up the middle. Eigelhart dives after it, but it gets away from his glove. Didn't touch it. Just ground straight up into center field. Kittleson is aboard with a base hit. So again, Velva has runners on the base pass. There's traffic for Reggie Bruner. 1 out this time as the Aggies' top of the order continues to do work against Trayson Eigelhart. Bruner waves at the first pitch. Coach Weidler, he's looking for a line drive. What's going to get it on that first offering from Eigelhart? Now looking for a better one on the 0-1 offering. Just outside. 1 ball, 1 strike to Reggie Bruner. Bruner at the plate this season batting .370. So the highest marks on the team. High bounce and foul. Luckily for Crawford, as he was trying to play that one on the short hop. He's in foul territory. That'll just be strike 2. Bruner's driven in 20 runs in the regular season with that .370 batting average. Trails only Ben Shep in the batting average category and also on base percentage. Payoff pitch from Eigelhart. Again, Bruner way ahead of the off speed. Breaking ball that ended up out of the zone. That'll be the second K of the day for Trayson Eigelhart. That's how both outs have been recorded in this second inning. Luke Selzer now with 2 on and 2 out. Bottom of 2, Velva leading by 1 run over Garrison on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. It's 2-1 Aggies. Out of the glove of Laggy, runners are going to go. Throw down to third base. Shep's in there well ahead of the tag. After a bit of hesitation, I think Shep out of the corner of his eye saw Cooper Kittleson flying down to second base, and he kind of had no choice but to move up to third. The ball just squirted out of the glove of Emmett Legge. Two balls and no strikes now to Luke Selzer. Selzer reached base on a fielder's choice at the expense of Ben Shep. Again, Eigelhart can't find the zone. 3-0. First base is open. The Troopers want to end this inning right here. Strike 1 call. For Garrison, it'll be 9-1 and 2 due up in the third. Ground ball hit foul towards the Garrison dugout. Full count pitch from Trayson Eigelhart. He's already gone over that 45 pitch 0-day rest limit. And he walks Selzler. At the top of the Velva lineup continues to be a tough out for Trayson Eigelhart and the Garrison defense as they've loaded the bases once again against the Troopers for Patrick Efforts. He drove in the first run of the game with an RBI single to shallow left field. First pitch to him, bell-tie fastball. It's 0-1. Runners get their leads. Garrison knows closest bag will be the force out. Infield playing pretty normal positioning. Eigelhart working out of the full with the runners having nowhere to go. Did see a suicide squeeze play put into effect by Garrison yesterday. Ball blocked by Laggy, but it goes off his mask and takes a wild deflection into the Garrison dugout. And Velva scores their first run of the second inning, improves their lead to 2 runs on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. With locations in North Dakota, Minnesota, and Arizona, BNC National Bank provides you with banking and wealth management services for your business and family. Visit them online at bnc.bank. 3-1 is your new score. Velva in front after the run scores on the wild pitch. Called strike 2 to Efforts. The count is full. Efforts ground ball, but foul. Bounces high off the foul line fence there in front of the third base patio area. That seems to be where the Garrison fans are today. Efforts, another chopper to short. Eigelhart again plays it on the second hop. Throw is low and dropped by Roberts, and 2 runs are going to score. It was just a slow developing play by Garrison's defense, and that makes it 5-1 on the error by Roberts at first. Here it is again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. For 50 years, Ryan has been a trusted name for car buyers in western North Dakota. Shop their entire inventory online at driveryan.com or visit one of their stores in Minot and Williston. There are 5 locations. Here you see just a slow developing play, and Velva kept on running. Never gave up on the play, and the Aggies have 3 runs in the second inning to outdo their 2-run total in the first. Kittleson scores from third, Selzler from second. 5-1 lead for Velva on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Pitch way outside to Mason McPeak. He singled and was left on first base in that first inning. Efforts will run at first. He was courtesy ran for in the first inning. Ground ball to third. Crawford stabs at it. Has to make a throw. And he will. A whole step and a half ahead of Mason McPeak. Velva adds another 3 runs, and they've grown their lead to 4 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. After 2 full innings from Corbett Field, it's Velva Drake Animus 5, Garrison 1 on the PSP Network.
The best part about working at BNC National Bank is developing relationships.
I love working with people.
We've been here for over 25 years.
We've grown just like our communities we're in.
But we still have that personal connection with our customers.
And that's why we can find the best solutions for them.
It feels great seeing projects around the community and knowing we're a small part of making that happen.
We're helping people buy their first homes.
Plan for the future.
From startups to big business.
We're part of the community.
And we're proud of it.
Yours truly, BNC.
Are you moving your business or your home across the town or across the country? We know it can be stressful. To ensure your possessions arrive on time, intact, and on budget, make your move with Jobbers Moving and Storage. Jobbers can help you with every aspect of your move. With our efficient step-by-step approach to move management, we can tailor a plan to suit your needs and schedule. With locations in Bismarck, Fargo, Minot, and Aberdeen, Jobbers Moving and Storage is your choice. Visit jobberswarehouse.com. It's Jobbers Moving and Storage.
Well, Garrison went into the second inning with some work to do after surrendering a 1-run lead. And now they come out for the third. They've got to get out of a 4-run deficit as Velva continues to turn on the offensive accelerator. They lead 5-1 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. We began the top of the third inning. It's Emmett Laggy at the plate for Garrison. 1 ball and 1 strike from Cooper Kittleson. Swing and miss from the catcher for the Troopers, Emmett Legge. Legge scored a run against Surrey, one of 2 Troopers' runs against the Mustangs in a 10-2 defeat. Strike 3 swinging. Kittleson records his second K of the day to match his opposing pitcher, Trayson Engelhardt. So here comes the top of the Troopers' order for the second time. Braxton Engelhardt started out the first inning with a single, stole second, and came around to score on Trayson Engelhardt's base hit. First pitch strike to Braxton, the starting shortstop for Garrison defensively. He'll hit it to Velva's shortstop, Mason McPeak, hopping a throw in time. And Velva's now retired 7 batters in a row. The last base runner on for Garrison was that RBI single from Trayson Engelhardt. 2 down in the inning for Matt Yoakum. Kittleson misses outside, ball 1. Yoakum also had a nice game against Surrey, reaching on 2 walks and an error. Fly ball, but foul over our heads here at the Corbett Field grandstand. Also had a base hit in the first game yesterday against Bishop Ryan. This is the 3rd game of the tournament for Velva. Sitting on the breaking pitch and grounding it to short. McPeak had it just get underneath his glove. And that'll be an error defensively against the Velva Drake Animus Aggies. And Garrison has a 2-out base runner. It's the 3rd game of the tournament for Velva. They played the first 2 all yesterday. It's the 4th game of the tournament for Garrison. They started last Thursday against South Prairie Max in the play-in game, beating the Royals 11-1. It was a game that was pushed back, the start at least, by weather delay. Battling the thunderstorms rolled through the area. Got the win over South Prairie Max to qualify, and since then have picked up a win and a loss yesterday in the first and second rounds of this Region 6 baseball tournament. Yoakum again having a tough time sliding into second base, but he's safe. So yesterday, he stole second base standing on a tag that was just behind him. And there again, a very late slide, but a successful steal for Yoakum. 1-1 out to Trayson Engelhardt. Ground ball snagged by Kittleson. Had to calm down the heartbeat there as a very sharp ground ball was hit right back to Velva's starting pitcher, Cooper Kittleson. Here it is again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Records the 3rd out of the inning. Garrison leaves a runner on. They still trail 5-1 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard.
Shields Visa is more than just a card. It's the freedom to go. It's a gateway to explore and do more of what you love. Imagine where the Shields Visa can take you. So join us in discovering endless possibilities. Shields Visa. Together, we've got this.
Well, once again, today we won't have a Magic Towing intermission report. We'll just have a quick game break. NET Financial Advisors Shots Crossroads post-game show once this one goes final. Recapping the action of the first game of 2 today from Corbett Field at the Region 6 baseball tournament. And then we'll hop right back into the Valve Ignition Oil Change pregame show ahead of the championship game. We know Surrey will be playing in it. Velva Drake Animus, if the results hold as they are right now in the bottom of the 3rd, they'll also be playing in that championship game. We start this home half of the 3rd with a roller to short and a high throw from Braxton Engelhardt, and it's just been a tough game for him at short. here early on, playing those high hops off of the turf. And now we're going to get a serve pro mound visit after one batter in the third from head coach Lou Gehring of the Garrison Troopers. And Engelhardt, he's just had a tough time reading those high bounces, whether to play it on the second bounce or to charge the ball hard. That time the throw was off target enough to not even need the speed of Mason Kraft. And Gehring is going to move some players around here. Some defensive changes. It's not a pitching change, I don't think, for the Mustangs. They're going to keep, or sorry, the Troopers. They're going to keep their starting pitcher, Trayson Engelhardt, in the game. Trying to remember which Engelhardt is which number here. Yeah, so Trayson Engelhardt will stay in the game as a pitcher. The defensive changes. Braxton Engelhardt, after the error, he'll move out to right field. Slade Nordstrom goes to left. Brody Seidler comes in from left to play third base. And Grady Crawford will move to short. So in those changes, Braxton Engelhardt from short to right. Slade Nordstrom from right to left. Brody Seidler from left to third. Grady Crawford from third to short. And that's Serve Pro mound visit. 24/7 emergency service and trained technicians specializing in fire and water cleanup and restoration at Serve Pro. And that's got to be a tough call as a coach. As a swing and a miss from Braden Bossert, the new batter for Velva, 0-2 count. To take out your starting shortstop, and he's been there all year long. Braxton Engelhardt's been their dude at shortstop. But some early errors in this game that have been costly for Garrison. But to throw him out in right field. Swing and miss from Bossert. Runner goes. It'll be just a strike him out. No throw him out, as that's a stolen base by Mason Kraft. Moves into scoring position. Third K of the day for Trayson Engelhardt. Just not sure about that decision, especially in a tournament game. Your best player is going to make big plays. And Braxton Engelhardt is definitely one of the top players for the Troopers. Pitch well inside, and hopping out of the way is Kason Larson. Larson again getting barked at by his own dugout for not taking the pitch. Saw him jump out of one earlier in his first plate appearance, which resulted in a strikeout. Runner on second base, one out for the Aggies. Larson. It's a pop fly, foul territory behind the first base bag. Gage Roberts with a catch for the Garrison Troopers. Back-to-back batters retired after the mound visit. Now the top of the order up for a third time for Velva here in the third inning. Shep has reached base both times on a single and a walk. He scored once and was thrown out at home the other. Velva looking for some more offense with 2 outs in the third inning. They've scored in the first 2 innings, 2 in the first, 3 in the second to take a 5-1 lead. Engelhardt looking for a shutout inning here in the third. He's already at 65 pitches. Over halfway to that pitch count maximum. And you're not sure how many more options that Garrison has to come in relief. Shep shows bunt, pulls back, and now Kraft on his way to third. He's thrown out. Emmett Legge throws out Kraft, trying to steal third base. Watch it back on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay as we head to break here from Corbett Field. Velva shut out for the first time in this game in an inning. It's still Aggies 5, Troopers 1.
From the 26-yard line, nearing the Serve Pro red zone are the Demons already. Handoff, Hankey dances in the hole. Now he speeds and bursts outside, accelerates to the 20, 15, 10, 2 touches, 2 touchdowns.
Carter Henke, this time they go left, and he just does what he does so well is he read the block. It wasn't off tackle, it wasn't off the guard on the inside, and he took his time, then he bounced to the outside, got a great little kick out block, a touch block, and deep downfield for the Demons, helping them out.
Jersey Mike's slices your sub right in front of you, see? The slicer, the meat and cheese, it has a rhythm.
This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh yeah. The rhythm of the slice. This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh yeah.
Order for Danny? Sliced right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
Another reminder, this broadcast of Region 6 Baseball on the PSP Network is brought to you in part by Roger Ward Moving and Storage. They've been proudly helping the region with their moving and storage needs since 1942. Find them online at rogerwardmovingandStorage.com to schedule a move or to find the quote. That's Roger Ward Moving and Storage. Well, Velvet Drake and Moose on the baseball field here, playing with their season on the line. The softball team down in Beulah, the Region 4 softball tournament, they picked up a win over Washburn Center Stand earlier today by a 10-0 score. That has been an eventful softball tournament, as it usually turns out to be. We had a 46 combined run game between Wilton Wing and Hazen in the play-in game that ended on a walk-off grand slam, and then we've had, I think, every game after that be a run rule shortened contest. But Velvet Drake, Animus, and Beulah, they've been outlasting the competition so far. The Aggies advance again by 10-run rule over the Washburn Center Stand Cardinals. Pitch in the turf from Cooper Kittleson. 1 ball and 1 strike count to Gage Roberts, the cleanup batter for Garrison, due up first in the top of the 4th. Be Roberts, Seidler, and Crawford due up for the Troopers. Smokes a ground ball, foul. Roberts got to sit back and wait here on the payoff pitch from Kittleson. Likely some off speed or some movement coming from the starting pitcher. Shakes off his catcher Bruner once. Adjusts the grip, and he just goes straight fastball. And it puzzled Roberts a little bit. Up in the zone, called strike 3, 3rd K of the day for Kittleson. 1 out for Brody Seidler. Seidler 0 for 1. He popped out to first base. That ended the Troopers' first inning. They gathered their lone run in that frame. Swings at the first pitch from Kittleson, and it's a slow roller that dies right along the warning track. To the left of the Velvet dugout. Can't see him on your screen, but these are some unordinary dugout situations here at Corbett Field. If you've been here before, you know what I'm talking about. Ground ball to third, 1 hop to Nicholson. And a wonderful throw from one side of the diamond to the other by Wesley Nicholson. 2 outs in the inning for Grady Crawford. The actual dugout part is directly underneath the grandstand, which is right along the backstop. The portion where the players are at in view is at an angle kind of in line with the baselines, tucked away in the corner. Again, off the screen of your camera. Oh, 2 pitch to Grady Crawford. Ground ball to second. Bossert fields this one cleanly. Again, has trouble with the transition between his glove and the throwing hand, and lets one fly over Luke Selzer's head. That'll be another error charged to Velvet's defense. Their second. There's been 5 total errors in this game. A matchup where we expected some clean defense out of these two teams. Velvet, team that is known for their almost spotless defensive play. And their middle infielders have each contributed 1 error on the scoreboard. Crawford's on base with 2 outs. Ball 1 to Jamison Remy. So the same situation in the top of the 3rd for Garrison. The first 2 batters get out, and Matt Yoakum reached on an error by the shortstop Mason McPeak. This time, can the Troopers move Crawford up the base pass? He will on the wild pitch. Now can they move him in? Remy over one to start this game. Flew out to left center field. It was a well-hit ball, but Ben Shep was right there. Missing upstairs is Cooper Kittleson for ball 3 to the right-handed hitting designated hitter. Troopers looking for offense again. They haven't scored since the first. They went down 1-2-3 in the second, put on a base runner in the third, and now have a 2-out runner in scoring position in the top of the fourth. 3-1 pitch from Kittleson. Remy chases it, strike 2. Big pitch on the way from Kittleson. It'll be number 54 on his day. Hit the other way off the handle of Remy's bat. Selzer nonchalantly scoops up that baseball and steps on the bag. 3 unassisted to end the inning. Once again, Garrison leaves a runner on base, and they go scoreless in the fourth on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Through 3.5, it's Velva 5, Garrison 1. We'll return from Corbett after this commercial break.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on. Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
Nobody thinks about personal injury until it happens. But when injury strikes, so will your bills and the turmoil and everything you'll miss out on. It's a mess, and you need someone to help it all make sense. That someone is Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride. We know the territory and the process, and we work smart and hard to get you results. It's easier to get back to normal knowing there's a team behind you. We're the ones the other side doesn't want you to call. We're on your side. We're Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride.
Well, Ben Shep had the bat in his hands at the last out of the bottom of the third inning. But he's back up to start the fourth after Mason Kraft was thrown out trying to advance to third base. Shep was trying to lay down a bunt. That throw back to Trayson Engelhardt goes over his head to Coble at second base after ball 1. Shep squared around a bunt, and Kraft took off, but he was thrown out at third by Emmett Laggy. To then third baseman Grady Crawford. Actually, that was after the substitution. Now ball gets past the pitcher again, and Garrison just hasn't looked sharp. And it's even those kind of plays right there when it's not even a play. Just getting the ball back to your pitcher. 1-1. Off speed definitely there from Trayson. Ground ball to Coble at second base. Clearly fielded, and that's the first time that Ben Shep has been retired. The first time that any of the top 2 batters for Velva have gone out today. 1 out in the fourth inning. The Aggies, again, 2 runs in the first, 3 runs in the second. That's been their 5 runs today. Have a lead of 4 runs, but wouldn't be bad to add a few more here in the middle innings. Cooper Kittleson watches strike 1. He's 1 for 2. Reach on an error and singled. He scored both times. They reach base. Definitely helping his own cause as the starting pitcher on the other side. Wind picks up here, blowing out again towards left field. Payoff pitch from Engelhardt. Reaches, kept those hands inside, swung at an inside pitch, and Cooper Kittleson's on base for a third time. Going to give that one an a single, even though it did go off the glove of Grady Crawford at short. That is hit number 2 of the day for Cooper Kittleson, and hit number 5 for the Aggies. First pitch now to Reggie Bruner. We'll have to wait on that as there's a pickoff move from Trayson Engelhardt back to first base. Kittleson back in safely without a tag. Cooper Kittleson on the base pass, 10 stolen bases in the regular season. Checked again by Engelhardt. Double play in effect here for the Troopers. How big would a defensive highlight be for Garrison here as we are at the midway point of this baseball game already? A fast-moving game is going for just under an hour. First pitch finally to Bruner is strike one. Not blocked by Legge. It's going to get to the backstop in a hurry. Kittleson around second base, but he'll return after advancing on the wild pitch. 1 ball and 1 strike. That's pitch number 75 from Trace and Engelhardt. And in the interesting conversation, especially for teams that had to go through the losers bracket like these two teams are, and knowing that you're going to have to play another 2 games to qualify for state. Heads up there, Surrey warming up outside the the batting cage. Nearly got hit by a foul ball. 1-2. But even for Velva, a team with a very large pitching staff, how do you approach the starting pitchers, especially on day number 1? Knowing you had to play 2 games, Velva, they used Wesley Nicholson in game 1 against Surrey. He threw over 110 pitches, so he's done for the tournament. Reggie Bruner pitched against Bishop Ryan. He went over the pitch count limit, at least for the 1-day rest. Garrison, on the other hand, they relied on Matt Yoakum for the complete game win against Bishop Ryan to get that first victory. But Braxton Engelhardt could go the full distance against the Surrey in the second round game. That's called strike 3 to Bruner. Another strikeout recorded by Trace and Engelhardt. That's number 4. Second out of the inning, looking for back-to-back scoreless frames. The Aggies still have a runner in scoring position. That's Kittleson on second base. Luke Selzler in the box. Pitch goes behind him. Quick bounce back to Legge, but Kittleson gets to third in time. And now that 6th run for Velva is 90 feet away from scoring. Pitch number 80 coming up for Trace at Engelhardt. Coble playing deep at second base. Selzer pulls the ball way foul. Thank you for tuning in today on the PSP Network. Whether you're just watching the first game today or staying for the championship, we hope you do that. Surrey versus the winner of this contest for the Region 6 title. Should the Mustangs win later today, they will be heading to the state tournament. Swing and miss from Selzer. Big drawn-out swing. Going to time up that pitch right. Should Surrey lose today, we'll come back tomorrow for the second championship game at 6. Long fly ball to right field. Engelhardt's going back, but it's in foul territory. It stays in the park. Drops on the warning track. Selzer, a deep fly ball to right field. That got some fans out of their seats. Selzer has hit 1 home run this season, and he's hit 6 extra base hits. Count remains 1-2. Right side of the outfield ready for the Troopers. Just high. Engelhardt wanted that spot in the zone. Not going to get it. Deuces. Swing and miss, strike 3. Engelhardt gets out of another inning. Aggies leave a runner in scoring position. They still have a 4-run lead, though, on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Can Kittleson and the defense keep staying sharp?
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. NODAC Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
Before the fifth inning begins here at Corbett Field, want to give another shout out to our great sponsors. They include the UPS store located in the Marketplace Foods Plaza on South Broadway in Minot. Open Monday to Friday from 8:30 to 7 and on Saturday from 8:30 to 3. For all your packing and shipping needs, it's the UPS store. Cooper Kittleson delivers ball one to the leadoff batter in the top of the fifth inning. It's Cooper Coble. Coble watches strike one. Coming out of the hand of Cooper Kittleson. Pitching with a 5-1 lead on the BNC scoreboard. Coble again watches another strike. Payoff pitch coming up from Kittleson. He's already struck out 3 Troopers batters through 4 innings. Coble doesn't take on a pitch outside. Some oohs from the Velva crowd right in front of our broadcast position here at the wide open press box at Corbett Field. 2-2 pitch now. Lifted to left field. Shep calls off the left fielder, Kaysen Larson, and makes the catch. One down in the fifth inning. And Garrison going to need 4 here late in the ball game. We've entered the late stages of this elimination game. Garrison has put a runner on base in each of the last 2 innings after scoring that 1 run in the opening inning. Bending pitch from Kittleson finds the zone. It's 0-1 start to this at bat against Emmett Legge. Legge 0 for 1, struck out swinging. Again tries the curveball. This time missing the zone, just past the helmet of Legge. Dials up the velo again with a fastball past the barrel. 2 strikes on the batter. Set in the stretch. Pop fly foul. Legge stays alive with a long strike. Region tournaments finishing up, maybe today, maybe tomorrow, maybe even Thursday in some parts of the state. Swing and miss, strike 3. 4th K of the day for Cooper Kittleson. Second time Legge's been retired on strikes. 2 outs in the 5th, and the 2-out offense hasn't been the recipe, or the right recipe for Garrison today. The last 2 innings with 2 outs, they've gotten a runner on thanks to a Velva error. They haven't been able to move that runner too far around the base paths. And now again, a 2-out situation with the Troopers top of the order needs to rally. Ball 1 to Braxton Eigelhart. He's 1 for 2, single and a run scored. In between games today, or maybe throughout the championship matchup later tonight. Check swing, appeal down to first base. No sign there from our first base umpire, so that'll go down as ball 2. 2-1 count to Eigelhart. Take a look at who's already punched their ticket to the state Class B baseball tournament next weekend. Ball 3. Sorry, that count's going to be 2-2. I called that one a strike to Eigelhart. Foul ball off of Braxton's bat. Payoff pitch sent to left field. Larson has this one. He's going to call off Shep. It's another 1-2-3 frame for Cooper Kittleson. Another scoreless inning pitch. That's 4 in a row for the Velva starter. They've limited the Troopers to 1 through 5 innings at the plate. Now Velva comes up looking for more runs in the bottom half of the inning on the PSP Network from Minot.
At NCC, Northwest North Dakota is our backyard. The individuals and businesses who rely on NCC's services aren't just our customers. You're our neighbors, our friends, and our families. That's why we're committed to providing the high-quality internet, video, phone, and security systems you need to stay connected with the friendly, local service you deserve. NCC, making connections in Northwest North Dakota.
Breathe in.
I can't believe I wrecked my car.
There's some things in life we can't control, but what's important is how we respond. At Jerome's Collision Center, they provide the highest quality of service, assuring the job gets done stress-free and making it feel like a breath of fresh air. And to give you peace of mind, they handle the insurance.
Are you even a therapist?
Don't worry about it. Jerome's, they're the experts. Jerome's.
Back to baseball here at Corbett Field in Minot, North Dakota. 1 ball, no strike count to Patrick Efforts as we kick off the bottom of the 5th inning. It'll be ball 2 as Efforts just barely jumps out of the way of a pitch that was about a hit in the elbow from Drayson Eigelhart. Line drive into left field, but it's foul. 2-1. Drayson Eigelhart out for his 5th inning of work as the Garrison starting pitcher. Came into the inning with 84 pitches thrown. At this point, it's just his to finish unless he hits that pitch count maximum. He's already gone over the limit for rest to come back on Wednesday should Garrison get to that point. They're going to need 2 wins today to get to that second championship game. Same situation for Velva Drake-Animus, who has a 4-run lead at the moment. This elimination game. We haven't seen any scoring since the bottom of the 2nd inning. 3-1 pitch to Efforts. Fends off a pitch on the outer part of the zone. It's a foul ball to the backstop. 3 balls and 2 strikes to the Velva DH. Efforts draws the walk. And Velva leads off the 5th inning with a base runner. Pinch runner comes in for Velva. Last time it was Logan Vincent. This time it's going to be Reese Steffen running for Patrick Efforts. Got to use a new one every time for the DH. So Steffen takes over at first base, running for Patrick Efforts, who walks to lead off the inning. Now the batter is Mason McPeak. McPeak is singling a ground out to third in today's ball game. 1 for 2. Drove in a run in the 1st inning. That played at Reggie Bruner from third base. That was an infield hit. Steffen takes a large secondary lead off of first. Almost looked like he was going to steal second. Maybe he was supposed to, but didn't get the right jump. It looked like he was taken off, and Laggy throws back to first base. Everybody's safe. 2-0 count to McPeak. Nordstrom playing very deep in left field. Laggy has to stand up and reach for that pitch. 3-0 count. McPeak lets the bat rest there and watches strike 1. And now the question for Garrison as you get into the later innings, pitch count up to 94 for Drayson Eigelhart, and he's walked a few batters here recently. Where do you go with the relief options? There's a walk to Mason McPeak. Back-to-back base on balls issued by Drayson Eigelhart to start out the home half of the 5th inning. Did see a bit of Grady Crawford yesterday against Surrey. Brody Seidler finished the game on the mound in relief. Both of those players are able to come back and pitch today. Braxton Eigelhart can pitch tomorrow. Now up to bat Mason Kraft. This time Steffen does go. The throw down to third and the slide. He's underneath the tag. Steffen almost slid all the way through third base. And the turf there into a slip and slide. Kraft did show bunt. Pulled back in time for ball 1. Successful double steal for the Aggies. 1 ball, no strike count to Kraft. Kraft 0 for 2. He did reach on an error in his last plate appearance. One of 3 Troopers' errors so far in the game. Waits for it and drives one to left field. 1 RBI's in. Here comes McPeak. He'll score standing, and the Aggies lead 7-1. They're back at the BNC National Bank scoreboard for the first time since the bottom of the 2nd inning. Watch this one again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. A nice piece of hitting from Mason Kraft. Hit it on the line even though his back foot slipped. Caught up in the off-speed pitch, but still found a home in the left field turf. On the BNC National Bank scoreboard, Velva Drake Animu 7, Garrison 1. Brings Breeden Bossert to the plate. Bossert looking to reach base for the first time. Check swing, it's a called strike 1. RBI from Mason Kraft, 2 of them. In the regular season, Kraft drove in 6. Engelhardt checks over his back shoulder to Kraft at first base. Does it again. Slide step and the pitch behind the back of Breeden Bossert. See if Velva decides to move Kraft on the base pass, whether it's by the bunt or by just a steal. Bossert might be the guy to lay down the bunt. Instead, he's going to swing away on the 1-1. Foul ball off the roof of the grandstand. And back onto your picture. Kraft has stolen 8 bases, at least in the regular season. Might not be a bad idea to put the runners in motion. Payoff pitch. Pitch number 101 from Trayson Engelhardt. Well outside, Bossert going to leave it. Two-run inning with no outs recorded for Velva. A walk and a 2 RBI single. At this point, they pulled off the double steal to set up that RBI. Bossert keeps his feet planted there. He was ready to get hit by that pitch, but it did bend back away from the batter. Still not in the zone. Full count to the Velva second baseman, Breeden Bossert. Swings in an inside pitch. Engelhardt gets the strikeout. First out of the inning, and a big out for the Troopers as now the double play, which could end the inning, is in effect. Kason Larson, he's 0 for 2 as well. Due up, batting in the 9th spot for Coach Matt Weidler of Velva Drake Animus. A slide step pitch. Here's a ground ball to short. Double play in the making. Instead, Crawford's going to go to first, and it is in time to retire Larson. It was a close play at first base, even without the flip to second. So the Troopers do record 1 out. There's 2 gone in the inning for the leadoff batter, Ben Shep. That was pitch number 104 from Trayson Engelhardt. Kraft advances to second base on the ground out. Runner in scoring position. Velva with a 6-run lead at the moment. Shep goes way outside and chases that pitch. Kind of been a common thing for Velva. While sometimes their pitch ID has been really good, they've also been fooled a couple times. This time, Shep not fooled as that one hit the bottom of his helmet or maybe square on the top of the spine. He and Trayson Engelhardt, the pitcher, maybe jokingly share a few comments there as Shep walking down the first base side. Was not a heater by any means. That one just got away from Trayson and hit Shep near the helmet. Hit by pitch. Issues a free base to Ben Shep and brings up Cooper Kittleson, who is yet to be retired in this game. Kittleson, the closed stance, has that front foot way ahead of the back foot in the right-handed batter's box. Steps back, lets that one go to the backstop. Kraft and Shep advance 90 feet. Second and third here for Cooper Kittleson. And a 2 for 3 day, reached on an error in the first inning, came around to score the first run of the day for the Aggies. Then singled in the second, also scored then, and also singled in the 4th inning. He was left at third base. Now opportunity to drive in some runs. Gets away from Laggy, but Kraft will not run to home plate. Legge tried the backhand stop and didn't work. The runners stay put. 2 balls and 1 strike the count to Kittleson. Kittleson, opposite field, out to Eigelhart, and it's going to drop. Gets down, and 2 more runs will score for Velva. Fly ball hit the other way off the bat of Cooper Kittleson. He's got 3 singles in the game. Check it out on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Eigelhart let it go, and 2 runs will score, running on contact with 2 outs. 3 for 4 day at the plate for Cooper Kittleson, and now 2 RBIs to add to his total. Velva leads by a score of 9-1 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. 4-run inning for the Aggies. Bruner to center field. Yoakum's got to go back and retreats and makes the catch. Inning over. Velva adds another 4 runs. They extend their lead to 8, the largest it's been all day on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. On the PSP Network, Velva Drake Animus 9, Garrison 1, 6th inning when we return from Corbett Field in Minot.
How would you like to turn this into this? With Shaw's Crossroads Field to Food Reward Program, you can. Here's how it works. Pick up a Field Tracker card from any of our C-Store cashiers. Every time you fill up with gasoline or diesel, use the Field Tracker card to record your gallons. Once you reach 1,000 gallons, you'll be eligible for a $10 gift card to Shaw's Crossroads Restaurant. Start earning your rewards today at Shaw's Crossroads.
What is performance? It's strategy, conditioning, precision, anticipating the unexpected, and executing. For some, it may be just a game, but in this field, there is no playing around. You need to give it your all. You need to give it the max. Ag Vision Max by Farmer's Choice. An all-in-one playbook for growers developed by agronomists specific to your goals. It's a precise guide to maximize your field's performance. Ag Vision Max.
Back in Minot, Garrison trailing by 8 runs now on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. It's called strike 1 to Matt Yoakum after Velva struck for 4 more runs at the bottom of the 5th inning. Cooper Kittleson continues to pitch and pitch well for Velva. Yoakum a pop fly. There's a whole conference of Aggies players out there, and Shep will make the catch. Trayson Eigelhart, the next batter for Garrison. Eigelhart singled and drove in Garrison's lone run back in the 1st inning. He's been pitching the whole time for the Troopers as well. Closing in that pitch maximum. Don't know if we'll see him in the 6th inning. Might just start the inning with the very few pitches he has remaining today. Line drive, base hit. Almost identical to his RBI single earlier on. Line drive back up the middle is a 1-out hit for Trayson Eigelhart. Runner goes, pitch low to Gage Roberts. Trying the swim move was Eigelhart, and he's thrown out. Bruner with the throw from behind home plate. Eigelhart had a good jump, but the throw was right on target to Bossert, and yeah, just kind of swam right into the tag. Roberts has to jump out of the way. So that's 2 outs in the inning after Eigelhart is caught stealing. 2-out count here to Gage Roberts. Big pop fly. Kittleson looks like he has it. Now McPeak calls him off. 1-2-3 inning. even though there was a hit by the Troopers. That lone base runner thrown out on the base pass. Velva needs 2 to end this one early.
Whether it's getting an education, making priceless memories, learning to play, playing to learn, or simply getting where you need to go, the team at Ackerman Estvold has been behind these projects and countless others, developing critical infrastructure, valuable spaces, and even some good old-fashioned fun. Entrusted with the things you know, but delivering more than you may realize. Ackerman Estvold, trusted for decades and decades to come.
It's Ike Heating Furniture World's 90th anniversary sale. Now's the time to celebrate, update, and redecorate. From furniture for every room to flooring that brings it all together, you'll find incredible anniversary savings on just what you want, just what you need. Step up to better sleep on a Sealy, Stearns & Foster, or Tempur-Pedic mattress, all comfortably priced. Plus, no interest for 5 years. Don't miss this one, the 90th anniversary sale. Going on now at Ike Heating Furniture World.
Trayson Engelhardt will pitch the 6th inning. First pitch of the frame is a line drive to right field off the bat of Luke Selzler. Now, the thing to keep an eye on here, Trayson Engelhardt only has now 8 pitches left to work with. So maybe down to his last at-bat or 2. He's facing a pinch hitter. He was the pinch runner. And that's Reese Steffen. He came in to run for Patrick Efforts in the last inning. And now he'll get an opportunity to hit. First at-bat of the tournament for Steffen. It's a ground ball to short. Crawford to the backhand play. Won't even attempt the throw. Now will throw back to get Selzler. Luke Selzler, who thought that throw was on its way to first base, rounded second. And that's going to end up being the first out. Crawford with the fielder's choice to Cooper Coble. So the first out is made in very odd fashion by the Troopers defense. Runner on first, 1 out now for Mason McPeak. Engelhardt now ready for the first pitch of this at-bat. He's thrown 2 pitches this inning against 2 batters, so he's got more at-bats in him with the pitch count up to now 114. Ball 1 outside of Mason McPeak. McPeak 1 for 2, single and walk. Ground ball to Seidler at third. Gets the lead runner out at second base. That's where both outs have been recorded. McPeak is safe at first after yet another fielder's choice.
Right fielder number 2, Mason Kraft.
Two outs in the inning now for Mason Kraft. Again, Velva needs 2 runs to end this in the 6th inning. They can also come out and pitch the 7th, and that'll be just fine. Swinging bunt off the bat of Mason Kraft, and it's just all working for Velva in this game. That's a hit that goes about 30 feet away from home plate. Brings up Braden Bossard, and again the 8 and 9 batters for Velva looking to snap a 0 for 3 evening. Long pause at the top from Engelhardt. Throws in a bit of a curve ball. This is out of the zone, 1-0. Out to center field. Matt Yoakum on the move and makes the catch. That is out number 3 of the inning. Velva does get a bunch of base runners. However, they are held off the scoreboard. 9-1 lead. Velva needs 3 outs and they're off to the Region 6 championship game.
Many of our clients come to us already accomplished in their lives and on the right track. However, whether it's in response to a life-changing event or you are nearing retirement, you can sleep well knowing that together we have planned for both life's opportunities and challenges. And no matter what happens, we are here to help guide you.
26-yard line, nearing the Serve Pro red zone are the Demons already. Handoff, Henke. Dances in the hole. Now he speeds and bursts outside. Accelerates to the 20, 15, 10. 2 touches, 2 touchdowns.
Carter Henke, this time they go left, and he just does what he does so well is he read the block. It wasn't off tackle, it wasn't off the guard on the inside, and he took his time, then he bounced to the outside, got a great little kick out block, a touch block, and deep downfield for the Demons, helping him out.
Serve Pro pitching change for the Velva Drake Animus Aggies here ahead of the 7th inning, getting underway. With 24/7 emergency service and trained technicians using advanced technology and specializing in fire and water cleanup and restoration, it's Serve Pro. New pitcher in for Velva Drake Animus is Kason Larson, coming out from left field to throw this 7th inning. He's going to get 3 outs before Garrison can put up 8 runs, or else the Aggies will have to bat once again. The rest of the defensive changes for Velva. Cooper Kittleson goes from the mound to shortstop. Mason McPeak over to third from short. And playing left field now will be Wesley Nicholson, who started the game at third base. Final line for Velva's starter, Cooper Kittleson. He goes 6 innings, allowing 1 run on 3 hits. There were 2 errors behind him. He struck out 4 Garrison batters and walked none. Nice start for Cooper Kittleson today. Setting up Kason Larson here for the 7th inning. Just needs 3 outs again to put Velva into the Region 6 championship game. A foul ball that stays inside the playing surface of Corbett Field, but Reggie Bruner not enough wheels there to catch the foul ball. There's already 2 strikes on Brody Seidler. If I stand correct, that was 5 strikeouts in the game for Cooper Kittleson. And the first K for Kason Larson. Starts out the 7th inning with a strikeout of Brody Seidler. Brings up Grady Crawford.
Shortstop, number 8, Grady Crawford.
Larson, the right-handed pitcher, against the lefty Grady Crawford. First pitch is a ball to Garrison shortstop. Crawford takes a hack at the 0-1. Sorry, the 1-0. Fouls it over the Velva dugout. Surrey again waiting just a few moments to take the field for the Region 6 championship game. We'll see when that start time maybe changes to 7:30 or 30 minutes after the final out here. Surrey does have to do their whole warm-up, so we'll give them time to do that. Line drive over the head of Kittleson at short. That's a base hit by Grady Crawford on a line to left. And Garrison has a base runner with 1 out in the 7th inning, again needing 8 runs to keep their season alive. Be now on Jameson Remy, followed by Cooper Coble. Both of them 0 for 2, as is the 9-spot hitter Emmett Laggy. Remy goes the other way. There's a wide open gap there in right field, but it just couldn't tuck it inside the foul line. Long strike off the bat of Jameson Remy. Mason Kraft was not going to get there. Lucky they went foul. 1 strike to Remy. Another outside pitch from Kason Larson. Lets it go. Evens the count 1-1. The Planning Team Financial Advisor, Shots Crossroads post-game show coming up after the final out. Pickoff move to Crawford at first. Oh, that was close. And some awards as well. The Sport Clips MVP and Jobbers move of the game. Remy ground ball foul. Ahead of the pitch from Kason Larson. Now the decision for Velva, should they win this game? Who's starting that championship game later on today? Garrison still in it. Need 8 runs though in this 7th inning, and it's been against some tough Velva Drake Animus pitching. Payoff pitch coming up from Larson. Remy puts this one in fair territory. It's in the glove of McPeak on the second for one, on the first for two, and that's the ball game. The Aggies turn a 5-4-3 double play to end it, and they're moving on to the Region 6 championship game. By a final score of 9-1, here's the final play on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay, the very end of it. McPeak to Bossert to Selzler, and that's how this game ends. With your final score, once again, Velva 9, Garrison 1 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. We'll return with our post-game show after this commercial break on the PSP Network.
We've changed our name, but we haven't changed the DNA of who we are. We still offer the best product at the best price with the same people. For over 25 years, we've been your only choice for tires in the local area, providing all major brands under one roof at a fair price for your family's budget. Plus that excellent service after the sale with free rotations, free alignment check, free flat repairs with our exclusive Plus plan. That tradition continues today. Looking for tires you can trust? Choose us. Trusted Tire and Auto.
When it's time to choose your team, you want to pick the best.
I pick Carson Wentz. I pick Hunter Lipke.
Where'd you come from? I was in football, just like you.
Always choose people you know and trust for your team, like your community bankers at First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
You have built an amazing life by working hard and doing your job well. Delivering financial advice is what we do well. At Ameriprise Financial, our job is to use our skills, experience, and research to help you become more successful in today's economy. What we want you to walk away from each encounter with is satisfaction in knowing that together, we've done what we can to help you work toward a better future.
Game 1's already in the books here from Corbett Field on day 2 of the Region 6 baseball tournament on the PSP Network. Velva Drake Animus, for the second game in a row, survives elimination with a 9-1 win over the Garrison Troopers, who were eliminated after today's first game. Here with the planning team financial advisors, Shots Crossroads post-game show to wrap it up and take a look at the events of game number 1 today. Also hand out some awards later on and set up the matchup in the Region 6 championship game coming up next after this post-game show. I'd like to remind you that Shots Crossroads is their post-game headquarters. Order online at shotscrossroads.com from their delicious menu that includes the famous number 99. Team buses are always welcome at Shots Crossroads. All right, let's get into the happenings of this first elimination game on Tuesday, the only elimination game really that's left until the championship game. It starts out in the top of the first inning. Garrison got on the bats early on. Braxton Eigelhart with a leadoff single, followed 2 batters later by Trayson Eigelhart's RBI single. Garrison was on the BNC National Bank scoreboard first against Velva starter Cooper Kittleson, and it looked like the offenses were going to show up early on, especially after Velva answered with 2 runs of their own, starting out this game much like they did their last game against Bishop Ryan, where they put up a big 4 spot in the first inning against the Lions. Today it was held to just 2 runs, but still, Velva put the first 6 batters of the game on the base pass. Ben Shep with a single, Cooper Kittleson reached on an error, Bruner on a walk, Selzer on a fielder's choice, and then the runs started coming in for the Aggies after that. Patrick Efforts an RBI single, Mason McPeak with an RBI single as well. Velva had the lead 2-1 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard, and then in the bottom of the second they added to it with 3 more runs coming on Ben Shep's walk, Cooper Kittleson with a single, Luke Selzer walked, Patrick Efforts would reach base on an error. 3 runs across in the inning, Shep, Kittleson, and Selzer all scoring. That made it 5-1. Velva and Cooper Kittleson took over the game after that point. The only base runners in innings 2 through 4 were on 2 Velva errors. Other than that, Kittleson was dealing atop the hill. He would record over his 6 innings today 4 strikeouts of Garrison batters over those 6 innings, again picking up the win. Velva's offense added 4 more runs later on in the game in the 5th inning. It was Patrick Efforts reaching base on a walk, Mason McPeak doing the same. Mason Kraft would get a base hit, and Ben Shep was hit by a pitch. Cooper Kittleson then drove in 2 more runs in that inning. Velva strikes for 4 in the 5th to take an 8-run lead. Kittleson would pitch the 6th, and Kason Larson came in for a scoreless 7th inning, giving Velva Drake Animus the win, 9-1 over the Garrison Troopers. All right, how about some awards from game number 1 on this Tuesday evening, starting with the Sport Clips MVP of the game. For Velva, he did it both on the pitcher's mound and in the batter's box. That was Cooper Kittleson. Again, 6 innings pitched of 1-run baseball. He allowed just 3 Garrison hits while striking out 4, walked none, and he was efficient as could be from the 2nd on through the 5th inning, and really the rest of his outing, just allowing that 1 hit again in the 6th inning to Trayson Eigelhart, which did no damage on the scoreboard for the Troopers. He was pitching really well. He was also hitting really well. Kittleson went 3 for 4 at the plate, reaching base all 4 times he came up to bat. Led off the first inning. Well, sorry, didn't lead off the first inning, but led off the game for himself with reach on error. He would score later on in the 2nd inning. A single he would score on, and then he came up to bat again in the 4th with another base hit and ended his day at the plate in the 5th inning with a 2 RBI single, a 3 for 4 day at the plate, and a 6th inning win. That's the recipe for success and the recipe for Sport Clips MVP of the game award handed to Cooper Kittleson of Velva. Sport Clips brings the MVP of this matchup. They're the home to the MVP haircut experience. Nothing comes close to making you feel like an MVP, quite like the MVP experience offered at Sport Clips. Check it online with a hairstylist today at sportclips.com, or you can use the app. All right, last item of business to take care of in this planning team. Financial advisors, Shots Crossroads post-game show, the Jobbers move of the game. Tonight's move of the game is sponsored by Jobbers Moving and Storage. They can help you move across town or across the country with locations in Bismarck, Minot, Fargo, and Aberdeen. You can also find them online at jobberswarehouse.com. Well, we give him the MVP award. Let's give him the Jobbers Moving and Storage move of the game as well. Cooper Kittleson, his 2 RBI single. He had a couple of strikeouts in there, of course, 3 other hits as well, but this one drove in 2 Aggies runs and officially sealed the deal there. You saw some early celebration from Mason Kraft as he came across the score, and Ben Shep followed up. That's your Jobbers Moving and Storage move of the game, the 2 RBI single by your Sport Clips MVP as well, Cooper Kittleson. He's sweeping the awards category here in this planning team financial advisors Shots Crossroads post-game show, but an overall great game played by Velva Drake Animus. Taking into what we said in the Northern Plains team there, keys to the game segment. It's a new day for Velva. Day 1 didn't go to their expectations. A loss in game 1. They had to battle back through the losers bracket, and they've done that, completing their way through the elimination rounds. They are now playing for a Region 6 championship coming up sometime shortly against the Surrey Mustangs. Your final score for the final time in game number 1 of today's doubleheader at the Region 6 baseball tournament. Velva Drake Animus advances with a 9-1 win over the Garrison Troopers. We'll be back shortly with a Valvoline Instant Oil Change pre-game show and of the Region 6 championship game between the Surrey Mustangs, the number 4 seed, and the Velva Drake Animus Aggies, the number 1 seed, a rematch from yesterday's first round matchup. We'll be back on the PSP Network after this commercial break.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA and Civic. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors LLC and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
How would you like to turn this into this? With Shaw's Crossroads Fuel to Food Reward Program, you can. Here's how it works. Pick up a fuel tracker card from any of our C-store cashiers. Every time you fill up with gasoline or diesel, use the fuel tracker card to record your gallons. Once you reach 1,000 gallons, you'll be eligible for a $10 gift card to Shaw's Crossroads Restaurant. Start earning your rewards today at Shaw's Crossroads.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in MINOT and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Shields Visa is more than just a card. It's the freedom to go. It's a gateway to explore and do more of what you love. Imagine where the Shields Visa can take you. So join us in discovering endless possibilities. Shields Visa. Together, we've got this.
Meet Gary. Gary is an ordinary guy, but right now Gary has car trouble. Gary doesn't know about magic towing. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing. We are here to help 24/7. Magic Towing in Western North Dakota. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing.
Well, it's already been a fun day and a half at the Region 6 baseball tournament here at Corbett Field in Minot, and now there's a chance tonight we crown a Region 6 baseball champion. That's the case at least for the Surrey Mustangs. On the other side, the Velvet Drake Animus Aggies, they're going to want 2 more games in their season. They're going to need 2 more wins in this Region 6 tournament, facing elimination in each of their last 4 games. to qualify for a state tournament for what would be the 31st time in program history. Welcome to the Region 6 Baseball Championship on the PSP Network, contested between the number 4 seed Surrey Mustangs, the home team on your scoreboard, and the number 1 seeded Velva Drake Animus Aggies, who after losing to Surrey in their first game of this region tournament have battled through back-to-back elimination games, beating Bishop Bryan by a score of 7-6 yesterday, and Garrison just a few moments ago 9-1 to qualify for the Region 6 Baseball Championship game and keep their sights on a state tournament appearance, which would be their first since 2018, still up for grabs. Welcome to the ballpark, everybody. I'm Owen Patterson on the call for the championship game tonight, our final game of today's doubleheader. If you missed it earlier, again, Velva Drake Animus picked up the win over Garrison, eliminating the Troopers from Region 6 title contention by a score of 9-1. They got some good pitching from Cooper Kittleson and a lot of good hitting as well from the Velva Bats, scoring 2 runs in the first, 3 runs in the second, and another 4 runs in the fifth to get the win in favor of the Aggies. They've reeled off back-to-back wins and the brink of elimination here in this tournament. As for Surrey, they have 2 losses yet to give. They are undefeated in Region 6 tournament play, going back to their play-in game win against Central McLean last Thursday. They picked up a 10-7 win over the Cougars. They came back on Monday afternoon with a noon start against this Velva team, beating the Aggies 3-2 behind a complete game win from Andrew Eby, where he struck out 12 batters. The action continued for the Mustangs on Monday night with a big win over Garrison, 10-2 in the winner's bracket game. They were powered by 6 2/3 innings in the start from Kanoa Munoz. He struck out 14 Troopers batters, matching his strikeout total from his last start against South Prairie Max. Now the question for Surrey, do they have the pitching to go the rest of the way and pick up the win today, or if need be tomorrow? Well, Luke Wagner gets the ball for head coach Bruce Mack in his first championship game. Surrey could win it all here with Wagner on the mound, and that's what they're hoping. They're saving their arm, Elijah Erickson, who's their number 3 starter, for tomorrow if it's necessary. It'll be on Wagner, who gets the start today for the Mustangs against Velva Drake Animus and their starter Mason Kraft in the Region 6 championship game. We'll continue on with our Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show after this quick commercial break. We'll run through the Northern Plains Heating and Air keys to the game, give you the starting lineups and the national anthem ahead of championship game action between Surrey and Velva Drake Animus from Corbett Field on the PSP Network. Stick around.
Shields Visa is more than just a card. It's the freedom to go. It's a gateway to explore and do more of what you love. Imagine where the Shields Visa can take you. So join us in discovering endless possibilities. Shields Visa. Together, we've got this.
It's Tundra Month at Cedric Thiel Toyota. With more than 30 new Tundras to choose from, starting under $50,000, there's a Tundra to fit every lifestyle. Built in Texas and sold right here in Bismarck, North Dakota, the Tundra is more than just a truck. It's an experience. Step inside to discover comfort and cutting-edge technology with the very best safety features. From the rugged SR5 to the luxurious Capstone, there is a Tundra for every adventure. Just off I-94 is exit 161 in Bismarck. Cedric Thiel Toyota. Let's go places.
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
Let's take a look at the Northern Plains Heating and Air keys to the game ahead of this Region 6 championship matchup between the Surrey Mustangs and Velva Drake Animus Aggies. A quick segment here before the national anthem gets started inside of Corbett Field at tonight's championship game. First for the Velva Drake Animus Aggies, they're carrying momentum. They've won 2 tough games in a row, including one just about a half an hour to go. A final score of 9-1 over the Garrison Troopers. They are the team carrying the momentum into this matchup, a rematch of yesterday's first game. The Aggies lost to Surrey 2-3. They are a team destined and determined to win this region championship game. You just saw by their expression as to how yesterday ended for Velvet Drake Animus. They are a team on a mission and carrying momentum with the earlier win today. For Surrey, today is the day. We're unsure how many arms they really have left in this tournament after using up their top 2 starters yesterday to pick up the 2 wins. Andrew Eby and Kanoa Munoz, both of those pitchers are done for the tournament. Luke Wagner is the starter again in this championship game. They also have Elijah Erickson, a reliable pitching option as well in Surrey's hunt for a region championship, their first since 2022. They won the title 2 years ago, but you got to believe that Surrey's going to want to win this championship as soon as possible, especially with an unsure and maybe an unstable rotation the rest of the way, having their top 2 starters already behind them. All right, it's about time for the national anthem here inside the Corbett Field playing surface. We've got a presentation of the playing for the national anthem, but first they're going to do starting lineups, reversing the order from yesterday. So it's time for us to introduce you to the starting lineups today. Beginning with the visitors on the scoreboard, the Velvet Drake Animus Aggies. Leading off and playing center field is Ben Shep. Batting second, playing short, Cooper Kittleson. Reggie Bruner bats third and does the catching. Luke Selzler will bat cleanup and play first base. The designated hitters back in the 5 spot, Patrick Efforts. Mason McPeak gets the start at the hot corner at third base, batting sixth. Mason Kraft does the pitching and will bat seventh, followed by second baseman Braden Bossert and the left fielder Kaysen Larson. Wesley Nicholson not in the batting order. He's being DH'd for. He'll get the start in right field. It's a straight-up defense for Velvet Drake Animus, just how they would like to have it, with Mason Kraft on the mound for this Region 6 championship game and head coach Matt Weiler. On the other side for the Surrey Mustangs, leadoff batter is their center fielder Brighton Vetter. Isaac Shervin bats second and does the catching. Kanoa Munoz will bat third, play short. Andrew Eby's out in left field batting cleanup. Luke Wagner, the pitcher, bats fifth. Porter Young plays first base, batting sixth. In the 7th spot, it's the second baseman for the Mustangs, Marcus Hughes. Elijah Erickson gets the start at third, batting eighth, and Conrad Walsh will DH, batting ninth. He's DHing for the right fielder, Brock Lundy. Again, the starting pitcher for Surrey is Luke Wagner. Their head coach is Bruce Mack. The Mustangs carrying an 8-7 record into this championship game. They came into the tournament with a 5-7 record this season. They picked up a win over Central McLean in the play-in game, a win over Velvet Drake Animus in the first round, and a win over Garrison in the second round. They're a team on a winning streak heading into this championship matchup. As for Velvet Drake Animus, after having their 14-game winning streak snapped by Surrey in the first round yesterday, they've picked up 2 wins in a row, both in elimination games. Facing the end of their season, a 1-run win over Bishop Ryan and the 8-run win earlier today against Garrison. They have a record of 16-3. This matchup today could possibly fill in or help to fill in this field right here. A look at the teams that have already punched their ticket to the state Class B baseball tournament at the end of May, next weekend. And from Jamestown, North Dakota, the only team that we know is in right now with a win in the Region 1 championship game last night, a walk-off winner in extra innings. The Central Cass Squirrels are the first team in. There's a number of other region championship games tonight. A couple of them obviously could be that if necessary game tomorrow, specifically Regions 2, 3, and 7, and of course Region 6 as well. Region 5 will have both championship games if necessary tonight. That's between North Star and Botno. Will help to fill in the rest of those question marks throughout the rest of the night should those results come in before our game is finished. But again, one of the 8 spots is already locked down in Jamestown by the Central Cass Squirrels, who defeated Northern Cass last night in walk-off fashion on their home field in 8 innings. That's what we're playing for here in this Region 6 championship game. And now before we get the action started, let's send it down to the field with a playing of our national anthem.
Mr. Paul Nelson.
26-yard line, nearing the Serve Pro red zone are the Demons already. Handoff, Hankey. Dances in the hole. Now he speeds and bursts outside. Accelerates to the 20. 15, 10. 2 touches, 2 touchdowns.
Carter Hankey, this time they go left, and he just does what he does so well is he read the block. It wasn't off tackle, it wasn't off the guard on the inside, and he took his time, then he bounced to the outside, got a great little kick out block, a touch block, and deep downfield for the Demons, helping him out.
Down the first baseline will be Dean Winchester.
Starting pitcher in this Region 6 championship game for the Surrey Mustangs is Luke Wagner, making his 3rd start of the season, 5th total appearance. He's thrown 11 1/3 innings so far in 2024. He has an ERA of 9.88. He's allowed 16 earned runs with 20 strikeouts and 14 walks, and he's going to face a Velva Drake Animus lineup that got hot against Garrison in the last game that we saw earlier today. They also struck early on against Bishop Ryan in the elimination game yesterday, scoring 4 runs in the first and carrying that lead the rest of the way, winning 7-6 and fending off a late comeback effort. 6 runs the Lions scored in the last 4 innings of that matchup against Velva. It's a Velva offense that gets going early on, and here is the starting lineup once again for the Aggies for this championship game. It'll be Ben Shep, Cooper Kittleson, Reggie Bruner, Luke Selzler, Patrick Everts, Mason McPeak, Mason Kraft, Braden Bossert, and Kaysen Larson against the Surrey Mustangs. Again, 8-7, just got above 500 with their win yesterday against the Garrison Troopers. They finished region play in the regular season 4-6. They were swept by Velva Drake Animus in the regular season. However, it's a new season now in the postseason, and Surrey is the one doing the sweeping of Region 6 competition. They have won 3 of their 3 Region 6 tournament games, and now they face Velva Drake Animus, who went a perfect 10-0 in region play. They are 2-1 in this Region 6 bracket. All right, it's time to get this game underway. And first, Luke Wagner needs to take off the tape he has on his left wrist, so we're going to delay the start of this one a little bit as our home plate umpire, Matt LaCroix, is ready to go. Just not the starting pitcher, so maybe to add to a few of the nerves here for these players and these fans. Sometimes these games do get more nervous, or the parents in the crowd get more nervous than the players do on the field. We've seen that throughout the week and throughout our region tournament coverage. It is a pretty packed crowd here at Corbett Field, the largest audience we've had for Region 6 baseball this week. Again, one of the shorter tournaments across the state. Just 2 days of competition once you get past the play-in round. Cram these 6 games into 2 days. Again, we could extend to Wednesday should Velva Drake Animus pull off the win here against 4-seeded Surrey. Luke Wagner needs a few more warm-up pitches. The southpaw standing tall on the mound. Again, he's making just his 3rd start this season, has an ERA close to 10. Getting the ball here to start the Region 6 championship game. Thank you for watching on the PSP Network. I'm Owen Patterson on the call. First pitch from Wagner to Ben Shep. And we are underway with a called strike. 7:11 start time here in the Central Time Zone in Minot, North Dakota. As the sun sets out behind the right field fence, we still got a few more hours of sunshine here in the Magic City. Should get this one finished before the lights have to come on. There's a called strike 2. Wagner dealing in the zone early on to Ben Shep. Shep hasn't swung the bat just yet. It's been 2 called strikes out of the left hand of Luke Wagner. Long windup. And the pitch inside. Mustangs celebrating strike 3 called, but it wasn't strike 3. It's ball 1. Wagner has that really late release out of the left hand. It's almost kind of a short arm throw. Shep a little bit late on the 1-2 fastball from Wagner. Fouls it off over the Mustangs dugout. We'll take a look at the Surrey defensive lineup after this at bat. Shep ready in the box for another 1-2 pitch. That's ball 2, low and inside to the Aggies center fielder. Against Garrison earlier today, Shep reached base 3 times on a single, a walk, and a hit by pitch. He scored twice. 2 of the 9 runs Velva would score. Swing and a miss, up and out of the zone. Wagner's first K of the day, and he's settled in with a strikeout of Ben Shep. Here's a look at the Surrey defense as promised. In Wagner, the pitcher, his battery mate, the catcher, is Isaac Shervin. Porter Young gets a start at first base. Marcus Hughes at second. Kanoa Munoz at short. Andrew Eby will be in left field. Skipped over third base there, Elijah Erickson. The center fielder for Surrey. There's a swing and a miss by Cooper Kittleson. Breitenvetter gets the start in center field, and out and right is Brock Lundy. Another first pitch strike on the way from Luke Wagner. Now comes back with the 0-1. Inside, Kittleson jumps out of the way at a pitch at his hip. Count even 1-1. Elijah Erickson playing right on the edge of the infield turf at third base. Kittleson, swing and a miss. Wagner hasn't just the foul ball from Shep, the only contact on his pitches. It's a long windup. It can mess with the timing of these Velva batters, especially early on in this game. See how that factors in through the full 7. Another swing and a miss up and out of the zone. Back-to-back strikeouts for Luke Wagner. 2 batters faced and 2 punch-outs secured. Again, he came into this start with 20 strikeouts through those 11 innings, so he is a strikeout pitcher. That left arm. And Velva getting on the bats here. They scored 7 runs in their last 2 first innings combined. Called strike to Reggie Bruner, the number 3 batter for Velva Drake Animus. Seems like every time he's come up to the plate, there's been runners on the bases. Now he's trying to start the rally with 2 outs in the first for the Aggies. Inside pitch. Bruner thinking that wasn't the one to swing at. And now he's in a 2-strike count. Wagner sets up atop the mound. Bruner back in the box, ready for the payoff pitch. Ground ball on a high bounce. This one will stay foul. Wagner makes sure to touch it in foul territory. Young was coming over to field it as well from his first base spot. Bruner returns to the batter's box in an 0-2 count. 4th pitch of the at-bat coming up. Mustangs looking for a 1-2-3 inning defensively. It was a low-scoring contest the last time they faced each other, which was yesterday. Just 5 total runs. Surrey scored all 3 in 1 inning. Bruner to left field. Coming in and making the catch is Andrew Eby. Had a good read on that line drive that was looking like it was going to find the turf out there and left, but Eby makes the catch. A 1-2-3 inning. He faced the minimum. Was Luke Wagner. Now Surrey with the chance to start on offense.
How would you like to turn this into this? With Shaw's Crossroads Field to Food Reward Program, you can. Here's how it works. Pick up a Fuel Tracker card from any of our C-Store cashiers. Every time you fill up with gasoline or diesel, use the Fuel Tracker card to record your gallons. Once you reach 1,000 gallons, you'll be eligible for a $10 gift card to Shaw's Crossroads Restaurant. Start earning your rewards today at Shaw's Crossroads.
At NCC, Northwest North Dakota is our backyard. The individuals and businesses who rely on NCC's services aren't just our customers. You're our neighbors, our friends, and our families. That's why we're committed to providing the high-quality internet, video, phone, and security systems you need to stay connected with the friendly, local service you deserve. NCC, making connections in Northwest North Dakota.
Getting the ball in the region championship for Velva Drake Animus is Mason Kraft. This is just his 2nd start of the year. But Wagner's 3 starts was not a lot in the regular season before pitching in a region championship game. How about Mason Kraft? It is his 7th pitching appearance this season. He's also thrown 11 1/3 innings in 2024. He's picked up 1 save. No decisions just yet for Kraft. And now thrown into a championship game scenario. 13 strikeouts to 3 walks for the right-handed pitcher in an ERA that is below 1 and well below 1 at .62. He has been a good, better than good. He's been a great relief pitcher for Velva Drake Animus this season. Now he gets the start here in the Region 6 championship game. Again, Velva needs 2 wins here, one today and one tomorrow to qualify for the state tournament. This game very important for the Aggies to keep their season rolling. Leading off for the Surrey Mustangs at the plate is Breitenvetter. First pitch, ball outside. It was close, right on the edge of the zone, but Vetter starts ahead in the count. Vetter, he is quick out of the left-handed box. Ground ball pulled to the first base side to Selzler, and it just bounces foul. The very last second, took a spin to the right and ended up in foul territory. Selzler knocks it down. Count is 1 ball and 1 strike to the leadoff batter for Surrey. After Vetter, it'll be Isaac Shervin, Kanoa Munoz, and Andrew Eby, followed by Luke Wagner, Porter Young, Marcus Hughes, Elijah Erickson, and Conrad Walsh. Third pitch of the outing for Mason Kraft, facing his first batter. Ball 2. Again, missing outside. It's gone outside, inside, and then outside again to Vetter. Third baseman McPeak, he's up on the edge of the infield turf. Should be the dirt on a natural playing surface. Ball 3 to Vetter. Velva did not put a runner on base in the top of the first. Mustangs looking to get the leadoff man on, and they do. A walk to Brighton Vetter brings up Isaac Shervin, the catcher. Runner on and nobody out for Surrey. Isaac Shervin batting .188 in the regular season. He has driven in 7 runs. Batting number 2 for the Mustangs. Lays down a bunt, but it goes up and over the head of catcher and umpire. Strike 1 to the catcher, Shervin. Velva playing bunt defense now. You have to after the Mustangs showed their play there. Line up the infield, and now Shervin lays down another bunt. It's back to the pitcher. Kraft over to first, and that is the first out of this bottom of the first inning. Shervin lays down the sac bunt. Brighton Vetter's off to second base, and now Kanoa Munoz, and the really impactful part of the Surrey batting order is up to the plate. Munoz and Eby, they've combined this season in the RBI category for 48 runs batted in. That was just in the regular season. They played it a few earlier yesterday. First pitch to the Surrey shortstop, Kanoa Munoz. He's swinging and hitting a foul ball to the top of the grandstand. Gonna roll back to the on-deck circle and Andrew Eby. Kanoa Munoz had a special pitching outing yesterday against Garrison. 6 2/3. He was taken out 1 out shy of a complete game, and now Surrey's drawn a balk. Mason Kraft calling for the balk. Let's see if we can find it on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. I think he made that one little gesture towards coming set. And that moves Brighton Vetter to third base. After the walk, the sac bunt, and the balk. Now the second pitch to Munoz. Not in there, 1-1. One count to Munoz. And that first run is 90 feet away for the Mustangs. Ball 2. Oh no, that's strike 2. Jumped the gun there from the broadcast position. Payoff pitch for Mason Kraft. He's working out of the full. Vetter has nowhere to go. Kraft gets his pitch call from catcher Reggie Bruner. Just misfired. Munoz ran it the whole way. Counts back to even. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The senior shortstop for Surrey. Comes in a big spot here to lead off this Region 6 championship. In the air, right field. A few steps back, and now coming back in to make the catch is Wesley Nicholson. He was ready to come up throwing, but Brighton Vetter does not tag. And that's the second out. Simply a fly out to right field by Munoz. No RBI, and now Andrew Eby has the responsibility of driving in this game's first run with 2 outs in the first inning. Eby batting cleanup for Surrey. Did a lot of damage offensively yesterday. Against Garrison, he reached base twice on errors, but especially in the first game of the day against Velva, as there is a ball past Bruner. Vetter's going to come home. The throw is well in time, and the tag is made. The Aggies get out of a scoreless first inning after Vetter gets on with the leadoff walk. We'll go to break, taking a look at the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. A ball that got past Reggie Bruner. Vetter decided to come home. It didn't make it anywhere near the backstop. Vetter trusting his speed that we know he has, but he is tagged out. Catcher to pitcher for the third out of the inning. We had to break.
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
It's Tundra Month at Cedric Thiel Toyota. With more than 30 new Tundras to choose from, starting under $50,000, there's a Tundra to fit every lifestyle. Built in Texas and sold right here in Bismarck, North Dakota, the Tundra is more than just a truck. It's an experience. Step inside to discover comfort and cutting-edge technology with the very best safety features. From the rugged SR5 to the luxurious Capstone, there is a Tundra for every adventure. Just off I-94's exit 161 in Bismarck, Cedric Thiel Toyota. Let's go places.
This presentation of high school baseball on the PSP Network is brought to you in part by Minot State University. With more than 96% of recent Minot State grads employed or continuing their education, MSU grads get jobs, period. Be seen, be heard, be you. And MSU, that's Minot State University. Proud sponsor of the PSP Network and our mission of promoting local athletes here at the Region 6 Baseball Championship game. Surrey and Velva Drake Animu scoreless on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Luke Wagner back out for his second inning of work on the Corbett Field mound. He went 1-2-3 in the first inning against the always tough top of the Velva Drake Animu's order, striking out Ben Shep and Cooper Kittleson back-to-back, and then getting Reggie Bruner to fly out or line out to left field. Luke Selzler leads off the second inning for the Aggies as they look for the first strike of this championship game. Line drive, but foul over third base. He'll roll back into the field of play. Eby's got to pick it up, and we're going to have a little break between pitches. Wagner already into his motion. Eby not set up. Ball at the letters. It's going to be a tight zone in this championship game. Got umpire LaCroix behind the plate. He was behind the plate for Velva's game against Bishop Ryan yesterday in the elimination round. Three ball, one strike count here to Selzer, crowning the plate in the left-handed batter's box, draws the walk, and that's Velva's first base runner. Selzer is aboard. Patrick Efforts coming up. And while the top of the order gets a lot of the talk for Velva, the middle of the order has been driving them in this tournament, specifically Patrick Efforts. He had an RBI single against Garrison earlier today and against Bishop Ryan. In yesterday's elimination game, Efforts had another single, reach base two other times. Comes up here with a runner on and nobody out. See strike one from Wagner. Foul ball off the backstop. Luke Wagner, just like he does out of the full windup, takes a long pause, even out of the stretch on a kick. He is the left-hander, so he's able to hold the runner there at first base. But it would be the other way around. It would be a lot of stolen base attempts by the Aggies. Luke Selzer is still running around the bases, but that one was well foul. And there's already two strikes on Efforts on three pitches. Wagner out of the stretch, having to stare down there. A quick one with Luke Selzer. Trying to quick pitch Efforts. He's been changing up his timing here in this at bat. Pitching with a runner on base. Another two-strike offering. Efforts with the pop fly, flips the bat. That one's going to get to Erickson at third. pop up on the infield. There's one retired in the top of the second inning. Now, the reminder, this broadcast of high school baseball on the PSP Network is brought to you by Shields of Minot and Bismarck. And proud to present the Player of the Week each week on the PSP Network social media platforms. Head to @NetworkPSP on X or Facebook to nominate a player or vote for this week's Player of the Week, brought to you by Shields of Minot and Bismarck. Every sporting good imaginable, from fashion to footwear. Proud supporter of the PSP Network's mission of promoting local athletes. Foul ball off the end of the bat of Mason McPeak, making his first plate appearance of this championship game. Now, these two teams met in the Region 6 championship game 2 years ago in 2022. Way ahead of it was McPeak. Like a bit of a breaking ball there from Wagner. Payoff pitch coming to McPeak. Hold that thought about the history between these two teams as we got ball one. And they met in 2022 in the Region 6 championship game here at Corbett Field. It was Surrey that got the win. That's their last state appearance. Surrey dropped the championship game a year ago against Bishop Ryan. Wagner finds the top corner of the zone, and that is his third K of the day. 2 gone in the second inning. Velva trying to move that leadoff base runner around. Luke Wagner, 3 strikeouts through an inning and 2/3, now facing his opposing pitcher, Mason Kraft. Up 7th for the Velva Drake Animus Aggies. Velva hasn't won a region title since 2018. Going to break that streak at 5 seasons, whether you count the 2020 season in that or not. That was a canceled year, high school baseball in North Dakota. So we've got another trivia question coming up. Did get a little bit of interaction yesterday. Good to see. That trivia question will be coming up later on, and we'll have something to do with Region 6 championships. So get out your history books. Pitch inside of Mason Kraft, 2 balls and 1 strike the count to Velva's pitcher. Way inside, it's ball 3. As another train rolls by, the first train horn was duetting our national anthem. 3-1 pitch to Kraft. Ball 4 issued. 2 walks in the inning. 2 on, 2 gone for Braden Bossert. Bossert was 0 for 4 against Garrison earlier this evening. Trying to break the over. Bossert lets it go, 1-0. Wagner was living in the strike zone in the first inning. Of course, getting those 2 strikeouts to Shep and Kittleson. He's already picked up a K in the second inning as the Johnny Cueto turned to second base. Doesn't fool Selzer all that much, but it maybe threw off the timing with Bossert as he swings and misses for strike 1. Wagner's been really mixing up the looks, especially his timing to home plate. This time, pushes one up high in the zone, out of the zone, 2-1. Already 36 pitches on the board for Luke Wagner, yet to complete his second inning of work. Surrey defense straight up. He's looking for that force out at first base. Strike 2 called on the outer half of the plate to Bossert. Bossert awaits the payoff pitch. Surrey looking to get back in the dugout. Wagner's delivery. Popped up but foul. Patio area. And we'll try it again. Some dugout antics from Velva. Trying to force maybe ball 3. It will be. Shervin snags the high pitch and then tries to backpick Selzer at second base. Munoz was Still able to track that one down. Luckily saving that from going into center field for the Mustangs. Count full to Bossert. A walk would load the bases. And out would get Surrey. Back to the dugout and back up to the plate. Time called by Bossert. Early intense situation here from Corbett Field. Hughes holds on the runner at second base. They're leaving their bases. A foul ball from Braden Bossert. Just sells the running on the pitch. Bossert can find that outfield turf. There's likely your first run of the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Valve, a team that runs the bases very well, especially in situations like this. Another full count delivery from Luke Wagner to Braden Bossert. A long at bat here late in the second inning. Set in the stretch. Long leg kick, lets the runners go. And it's ball 4. Bossert takes his base, and they're loaded. Here for Kaysen Larson, batting 9th in the lineup for Velva. Ben Shep on deck. First one to Larson. Now out of the windup is Wagner. Missed up high. 1-0 to start the at-bat. We can already update that state qualifier graphic. Region 5 championship has gone final. Get that too as soon as it's updated. Even higher on the 1-0. And now there's no place to put Kaysen Larson should Luke Wagner walk him. Strike one called. Wagner finds his zone once again. Back with the 2-1. Bases loaded for the Aggies. Swing and a pop fly going into foul territory, but Porter Young has the catch, and the Mustangs leave the bases loaded in the top of the second inning on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. After 1.5 complete from Corbett, your score, Velva 0, Surrey 0. The Mustangs coming to bat.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
Are you moving your business or your home across the town or across the country? We know it can be stressful. To ensure your possessions arrive on time, intact, and on budget, make your move with Jobbers Moving and Storage. Jobbers can help you with every aspect of your move. With our efficient step-by-step approach to move management, we can tailor a plan to suit your needs and schedule. With locations in Bismarck, Fargo, Minot, and Aberdeen, Jobbers Moving and Storage is your choice. Visit jobberswarehouse.com. It's Jobbers Moving and Storage.
Region 6 baseball on the PSP Network is brought to you in part by Planet Pizza. There's no pizza like it. Call now at 701-852-1700 to place an order. Serving the Magic City for over 25 years, that's Planet Pizza. Valley presenting this broadcast on the PSP Network. So if we don't have a baseball game tomorrow from Corbett Field, our next broadcast will be on Thursday, day one of the WDA baseball tournament from this very stadium on this very network. 4 games on Thursday, 4 games Friday, and another 3 on Saturday. All 11 games of the West Region Baseball Tournament. Broadcast live for free on the PSP Network. Starting the second inning, Andrew Eby's back at the plate. Pop fly foul, and Selzer just ran out of room. Hit the netting there in front of the first base patio. And Eby stays alive, 0-1. Eby was in the middle of a long at-bat with Mason Kraft in the bottom of the first inning before there was a wild pitch which Brighton Vetter tried to score on from third base. He was thrown out trying to advance. That kept it a scoreless game at that point. Then Surrey's defense came up big with a shutout inning in the top of the second, with Velva having the bases loaded and 2 outs. A pitch that misses there for Mason Kraft. Count 1-1 to Andrew Eby. 13 pitches in inning number 1 for Kraft. As there is ball 2. And the pitch count numbers today, with a possible 1 game left for these teams, which would be tomorrow. It's really not too much of anything to keep track of, especially the starters, as there's the ground ball to third. One hop to McPeak. Throw low, but on a line and on target to Luke Selzler. First out of the inning. Eby's retired on the ground out to third. But again, if these teams are expecting to really do the calculations and take out their starters after 40 pitches before that 45 pitch cutoff for 0 days rest. There's a line drive that'll get down in left field. Our first hit of the championship game goes to the Surrey Mustangs. And Luke Wagner, the pitcher, pitching the shutout, and now starting to help the cause of the Mustangs with a 1-out single to left field. In the case of Wagner, who's pitched well through 2 innings despite the 3 walks in the second inning he issued to Velva batters, he's already very close to that 45 pitch 0-day rest maximum. First offering to Porter Young is ball 1. Kraft checks Wagner at first base a couple of times, now steps off and gets right back, getting the signs from Reggie Bruner. Fastball inside. Young fends it off with a foul ball. Defense for the Velva Aggies in this championship game. Reggie Bruner, the catcher. Luke Selzler at first. Braden Bossert plays at second base. Cooper Kittleson the start at short. Over at third is Mason McPeak. Left, right in the outfield, Kaysen Larson, Ben Shep, and Wesley Nicholson. Young watches strike 2 fall right down the middle of the zone. Payoff pitch coming up for Mason Kraft. 1 on, 1 gone, bottom of the second inning. Surrey, the home team on the scoreboard, despite being the lower seed. That's because they've picked up the 2 wins in this tournament. Well, 3 if you count the play-in game. Not going to give it to Kraft. Did he go? No. So that'll be ball 3. Aggies fans are ready for that to be another animated strike 3 call by our home plate umpire. He does a good job behind the plate. Swing and miss. Kraft gets the strikeout on the swing by Porter Young. There's 2 gone in the inning. Mustangs need some 2-out hits here to grab the first lead. It'll be on Marcus Hughes to keep this inning going. First strikeout of the day for Kraft. Starts off this at bat with Hughes with a called strike. Again, Kraft steps off. No throw over to first base. Wagner with 7 stolen bases this year. Foul ball a little bit late to the opposite side off the bat of Hughes. Hughes a .240 batting average in the regular season for Surrey and 50 at-bats. 12 hits, 3 for extra bases. Payoff pitch for Mason Kraft. Time called again by the batter. Erickson to right field, Hughes to right field, and the catch made just above the turf by Wesley Nicholson. ends the inning. Surrey gets the one-out hit from Luke Wagner, but he's unable to move around the bases at all. Still scoreless after 2 complete for MINOT.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FinRun SIPC. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors LLC and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Many of our clients come to us already accomplished in their lives and on the right track. However, whether it's in response to a life-changing event or you are nearing retirement, you can sleep well knowing that together we have planned for both life's opportunities and challenges. And no matter what happens, we are here to help guide you.
All region championship games going on across the state, including in Candu, North Dakota. The Region 5 tournament is complete. Botno with the upset win over Candu, snapping the Bearcats streak, the North Star Bearcats streak of 4 straight state tournament appearances in its tracks. Botno had to win 2 games today, and they did just that with a win over with a win over North Star 5-3 and 9-5 on the Bearcats home field. That's an updated look at the 2 teams that we know are competing at the State B baseball tournament in Jamestown. Another ticket could be punched here in Minot tonight should Surrey be able to pick up a win over the Velva Drake Animus Aggies. Starting the 3rd inning, Ben Shep takes the first pitch to shortstop Kanoa Munoz, who makes a throw. A bullet throw to first base out of the shortstop position. And 1 pitch, 1 out. Start the 3rd inning. Cooper Kittleson, who was your Sport Clips MVP in Game 1 today, after going 3 for 4 at the plate, driving in 2 runs with 3 singles and also 6 solid innings as the starting pitcher. Checked his swing, 1-0 count. Too far inside, and Kittleson starts ahead, 2 balls, no strikes. Reaches for a low outside pitch. Hughes charging it in the air, makes the catch at second base. Kittleson probably going back to the dugout thinking he wanted that pitch back. Reached way out. Didn't put good contact on that baseball. Wagner's retired the top 2 batters in the Velva order consecutively on 2 occasions now. Reggie Bruner, the next batter. First pitch swinging. He's not going to be able to get Reggie Bruner out here. He goes underneath the glove of Surrey's center fielder, Brighton Vetter, but it's not going to get far enough for Bruner to advance. That's a 2-out hit for Velva's catcher. And the 3rd inning begins with 2 outs for Velva. Luke Selzer tries to keep it going. Still a scoreless game on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. With locations throughout North Dakota, Minnesota, and Arizona, BNC National Bank provides you with banking and wealth management services for your business and family. Find them online as well at bnc.bank. 1-0 pitch to Selzer. Strike 1 called. Lefty-lefty matchup on the mound and in the box. And again, Wagner changing up the timing there. It's not only messing with the batters, but also the base runners. He's just staring down Bruner at first base. This time Bruner will go. It's a hit and run for the Aggies, and it works. Bruner will stop at second base. He has to slide back in after rounding the bag hard. Selzer will make it back-to-back singles for Velva. They've got 2 on with 2 outs for Patrick Efforts. Efforts has supplied a number of RBIs for Velva in this tournament and throughout the season. 19 runs batted in for the Velva designated hitter. The senior. Wagner starts him off with the ball. Again does the turn toward the second base, but Wagner does fire to home plate. Gets a strike on efforts. Efforts to third base. Erickson, it's a race to third. Gets the force out. Elijah Erickson, 5 unassisted on the fielder's choice. Retires Bruner. And that ends the third inning. Still no score. We're in a pitcher's duel early on in the Region 6 championship game. From MINOT on the PSP Network.
The trick to throwing well is knowing where you want the ball to go. Like how the local bankers at First Western Bank and Trust take the time to learn about you and recommend the banking services like online banking or personal loans that keep your goals on target.
First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
We've changed our name, but we haven't changed the DNA of who we are. We still offer the best product at the best price with the same people. For over 25 years, we've been your only choice for tires in the local area, providing all major brands under one roof at a fair price for your family's budget. Plus that excellent service after the sale with free rotations, free alignment check, free flat repairs with our exclusive Plus plan. That tradition continues today. Looking for tires you can trust? Choose us. Trusted Tire and Auto.
Another region final complete out east in Region 2. We'll bring you that update soon. Another update ready for our tournament tickets punched graphic. 3 teams now we know are off to Jamestown in the State B baseball tournament next weekend, May 30th through June 1st from Jack Brown Stadium in Jamestown. Meanwhile, here in the Region 6 championship game, Velva, Drake Animus, and Surrey scoreless through 2.5 innings. Luke Wagner already close to 60 pitches, but he's been able to get out of a couple of jams now. A bases loaded situation in the second inning and a first and second situation in the third. Now Surrey trying to put together some offense in the third inning against Mason Kraft, Velva's starter, who's thrown just 27 pitches. Leading things off was Elijah Erickson with a line drive, but foul. Trying to go the other way down the first base line. Eight, 9, 1 batters due up for Surrey here in the third. Bring up the top of the order for the second time. Ball one, Erickson. Elijah Erickson, the third baseman. He's gotten quite a bit of action defensively already in the game, now getting his first at-bat. Batting .204 in 49 regular season at-bats. Skips to home plate out of the hand of Mason Kraft. 2 ball, 1 strike count. Swing and a foul ball. Payoff pitch coming from Kraft. He's struck out just 1 batter in the Surrey lineup so far. That came in the second inning. Behind Erickson. Curveball that didn't break. Full count pitch. Erickson is walked. Brings to the plate Conrad Walsh, the designated hitter. Surrey has had runners on base in every inning now. Leadoff walk to Vetter in the first. 1 out single by Wagner in the second, and now the leadoff walk again in the third, this time to Elijah Erickson. No runs on 1 hit so far for the Mustangs. In inning number 3 here from Corbett. Walsh to the pitcher. Kraft goes to second base. They get the lead runner out. Kittleson covering second base from his shortstop spot. And the base runner and batter will just trade spots. That fielder's choice will bring up Brighton Vetter. He walked and nearly scored in the first inning. Made it all the way to third base. Tried to come home on a pass ball. He was thrown out by the catcher, Reggie Bruner. First pitch to Vetter is a ball. That was a pretty quick walk in the first inning. Walsh on first. Vetter hits it to the left side of the infield. Kittleson over, and he's got no play. Walsh quickly got to second base. There was no double play to turn, and no play at first base either. Here it is again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. With specialized training and technology, nobody knows your vehicle better than the certified techs at Ryan Family Dealerships. No matter what kind of vehicle you own, you can trust your repairs to Ryan. Said nowhere to go with that throw. Infield hit for Vetter, and now a ground ball to second base. Bossert flips to first, and Isaac Shervin is retired. Base runners do advance. There's two in scoring position for Kanoa Munoz. Can Surrey break the scoreless tie here in the bottom of the third? Munoz flew out to right field. That was the second out of the first inning. First pitch strike. Munoz watches it go by. Kraft needs to tuck in his jersey here. We've got another timeout. Over in the nearby Region 7 Baseball Tournament Championship. 2 games today. I believe they've already gone final. Des Lacs, Burlington, and Renville County. We get score updates from there as well as we continue on this Championship Tuesday in most places around the state. Some tournaments have to wait until tomorrow, even Thursday, to crown their champion. Specifically Regions 3, 4, and 8. 1-1 the count to Kanoa Munoz. Lets it go in the turf. 2 balls, 1 strike. Batter back ahead in the count. And a very good crowd in attendance for this championship game at Corbett Field. Foul ball right back to our camera picture. They decided to enjoy a night out at the stadium rather than tuning in on the PSP Network. We thank those of you that are tuning in for being here tonight. Going to third. 2 hops in the throw for McPeak. Really put some extra mustard on that throw to retire Munoz. The inning ends with Surrey stranding 2 runners in scoring position. 0-0 on the scoreboard as we head to the 4th here in the Region 6 Baseball Championship game.
Breathe in.
I can't believe I wrecked my car.
There's some things in life we can't control, but what's important is how we respond. At Jerome's Collision Center, they provide the highest quality of service, assuring the job gets done stress-free and making it feel like a breath of fresh air. And to give you peace of mind, they handle the insurance.
Are you even a therapist?
Don't worry about it. Jerome's, they're the experts. Jerome's.
What is performance? It's strategy, conditioning, precision, anticipating the unexpected, and executing. For some, it may be just a game, but in this field, there is no playing around. You need to give it your all. You need to give it the max. Ag Vision Max by Farmer's Choice. An all-in-one playbook for growers developed by agronomists specific to your goals. It's a precise guide to maximize your field's performance. Ag Vision Max.
The update from Region 2, Thompson a 15-4 win over Hatton Northwood in the Region 2 championship game. The Thunder kind of the underdog team there as they were, say, the number 5 seed in that tournament. They made it all the way to the final against Thompson. There's no rankings in Class B baseball in North Dakota, but it would be kind of hard to discredit Thompson as one of the top teams in the state this year. Obviously, Central Cass, a talented squad as well. Kindred Richland, also in Central Cass's region. They pose quite the test. Leading off the 4th inning with a bunt that's going to get all the way to the right field corner. It's still rolling down to the it's still rolling into the corner. McPeak is flying around third base. They might wave him in. Here comes Mason McPeak to score on a bunt. You can't be serious. McPeak laid down a bunt. The throw got away from 3 different Mustangs and just kept on and kept on and kept on rolling into the right field corner. And McPeak scores on the bunt. And that's the first run on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Your life's busy, that's why they will make managing your money easy with locations in North Dakota, Minnesota, and Arizona. Also find them online at bnc.bank. Well, now Mason Kraft trying to do the same. This throw will retire him in time. Well, lightning did not strike twice. Therefore, the Velva Drake Animus Aggies. Watch it again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Just a bunt. The backup was there. There was 2 backups there to try and prevent that from happening for Surrey, but they just couldn't stop that ball once it got past. I think that was Hughes over there covering first, and then the right fielder also came over. One count now to Braden Bossert. Foul ball off the speaker. Well, that's not going to go down as an inside the park home run. We saw an inside the parker on day 1. Brody Seidler of Garrison, 3-run inside the park home run on no errors. Ground ball, Hughes fields it, going back at second base. That's back-to-back outs recorded by the Mustangs defense. Kason Larson, the batter for Velva. And with 2 outs and the base is empty in the top of the 4th inning. Aggies leading 1-0 on the BNC scoreboard. Swing and a miss on the first pitch. Wagner starts ahead 0-1. Again, Luke Wagner at 62 pitches now in the game through 3 2/3 innings. He's on pace to finish just under that 120 limit. There's a high bouncing ground ball to the pitcher. Surrey, well, they're trying to shrug off an inside the park bunt home run by the Velva Aggies in that inning. Aggies on the scoreboard first. It's 1-0. Here it is again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Going to be playing that a lot today.
Banking is some of the most important things in your life, and banking at the right bank is very important. We're really proud of our bank because we have great people, and our people are what make our bank go. We always want to treat our customers right and do the best job we can for them, and try to do things to help make our communities better.
Jersey Mike's slices your sub right in front of you, see? The slicer, the meat and cheese, it has a rhythm.
This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh yeah. The rhythm of the slice. This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh yeah.
Order for Danny? Sliced right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
Now the Surrey Mustangs trailing by 1 run after allowing the bunt home run to Mason McPeak in the top of the 4th inning. They'll send up batters 4, 5, and 6. Led off by Andrew Eby against Mason Kraft, the starting pitcher for Velva Drake Animus, who tried to lay down his own bunt home run in that last inning. Starts off the inning with a strike to Eby, the left fielder for Surrey. Ball in the turf, 1-1. We do have a result from Region 7. We'll update that graphic once again for the tickets punched, and then I believe that does it for region championships, at least for tonight. Unless Region 6 can be decided today as well. 2-1 count to Eby. Takes it up high and inside, 3-1. Kraft got to find the zone again. And he will. Fills the count to Eby. Wagner on deck. Surrey trailing by a run on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Ball 4 to Eby. It is going to get away from Bruner, but Eby will just take the one free base. To the pitcher, Luke Wagner. Wagner singled in the second inning. He was left at first base, though. Now a conversation had between Surrey manager Bruce Mack and the home plate umpire. Maybe that ball was gotten into the dugout, or maybe was touched by a member of the Velva dugout, which would give Eby an extra base. I did not see what happened there, but I believe that's the conversation here. I mean, Wagner's batting, Porter Young's on deck. There's no substitutions being made, so that could be it. And now we'll have an umpire conference behind the pitcher's mound to see whether anybody saw this. Coach Mack thinks he does. Now some pointing, more talking, and Coach Mack gets his way. That ball either did get into the, oh, no, they just pointed at Eby to go to second. Okay, so I think we just figured it out. The news cameraman was not in the dugout. Well, the cameraman from the news station was outside of the dugout. He was standing on the backstop and maybe came in contact with that baseball. I don't know whether that is in the rules as the opponent, a player not in the game, touching a dead ball, which would move Eby to second base. I did see the umpires break the conference there and like point at Eby. They would head to second. Instead, they put him back at first base. They put the cameraman back in the dugout. And now we got a foul ball by Luke Wagner. The count's 0-1. More things I've never seen before in a baseball game today. A bunt home run followed by a cameraman getting in the way of ball 4. Wagner puts down a bunt back to the pitcher. Bobbled it. Kraft still trying to make the throw, and it is in time. Mustangs unsure about that ruling. Wagner sprinting back to the dugout, shaking his head. As here we see it again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Wagner did not field it cleanly. I think from here that looks like the right call on a bit of slow-mo. Wagner still beside himself in the Surrey dugout. That brings up Porter Young. He did advance Andrew Eby, so he did his job. Now throwing his glove in the dugout is Wagner. A productive out there from the Surrey pitcher. You can tell Surrey wanted, and why not? Both of these teams do. It's a Region 6 championship game. Have a good time to bring up our trivia question today while we're on the subject of two storied programs winning titles. But not before the 1-0 pitch to Porter Young, and misses outside 2-0. Andrew Eby on second base. Porter Young at the plate, 1 out. Bottom of the first inning. Velva Drake Animus a 1-0 lead over the Surrey Mustangs. Your trivia question today, after Carrington was the right answer yesterday. Hold on, we've got another pitch. Kraft comes home with ball 3. Velva, Surrey, and Bishop Ryan have won every Region 6 championship since 2017. Again, not counting the 2020 season that wasn't played. What's the last team to win a Region 6 championship game? The hint, it was in 2016. That's your trivia question today. Interact at Network PSP on X or Facebook if you think you got the answer. A walk to Porter Young puts 2 runners on base and 1 out. Still a runner in scoring position for the Mustangs. That's Eby on second base with Marcus Hughes at the plate. Hughes swings at the first offering. It's going to roll down the third base foul line and tail out of play. Kraft starts out with a strike against Marcus Hughes, the second baseman, 0 for 1 in this game. And still, Luke Wagner can't believe he was called out at first base. Gets away from Bruner on ball 1 to Hughes. He sprints out of the box thinking Eby might score. Instead, Eby just advances 1 base, so does Young. 2 on the pond now for Marcus Hughes and 1 out in the 4th. No better time than the present for Surrey to try and tie this game or even take the lead with 1 swing of the bat by Marcus Hughes. Hughes a .240 average, 10 runs batted in. There's a little catcher at second base for the Mustangs. Ball 2 just off the plate. Two-one pitch for Mason Kraft out of the stretch. He only forced out at first base. That's ball 3. Hughes goes way out of the box. Taking his time here. Kraft trying to find the zone. There is an open base. Strike 2 called. Elijah Erickson on deck. He walked in the last inning. Led off the 3rd with a base on balls. He's on deck for Surrey. Opportune time to make this game at least tied. Timeout called by Marcus Hughes. Full count pitch. Surrey needs a response after Velva scored a bunt home run, fueled by a throwing error. Hughes swings and fouls off a pitch. Made contact. It's better than striking out on that pitch that was right at his chest. 7th pitch of the at-bat coming up from Kraft to Hughes. Mason Kraft walks Hughes. Bases loaded, 1 out situation. That'll bring Coach Weidler out of the dugout for a Serve Pro mound visit with 24/7 emergency service and trained technicians using advanced technology and specializing in fire and water cleanup and restoration. It's Serve Pro. Bring the Serve Pro mound visit. Coach Weidler talking to his starting pitcher Mason Kraft, who is at 61 pitches. Again, I was mentioning earlier, and these pitchers well beyond 45. Starters have gone long enough where they won't be able to return on Wednesday, so the relief pitching options, that's always a tough debate for coaches who to bring in. Of course, pitches do carry over from day to day, but they don't carry over from yesterday unless you've thrown a whole tournament maximum, which is like 150 pitches. Mason Kraft stays in on the mound as expected. 1 out, bottom of the 4th inning. Bases juiced for the Mustangs. Way late is Elijah Erickson on the first pitch. And Erickson walked in his first plate appearance. Conrad Walsh, who grounded into a fielder's choice and reached, is on deck. 1 strike on Erickson. It was a foul ball. Strike 2 called. And the Aggies need 2 outs. They still have a 1-run cushion. Trying to preserve the shutout. Double play in effect. Corners up. Middles looking to twist the double play. Payoff pitch from Kraft. Skips to home plate. Here comes Eby. Again, it doesn't get to the backstop, but it does roll slowly enough for Andrew Eby to score. Got a good read on that pitch in the turf, and we are tied on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. A second look on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Eby slides in ahead of the throw. And it's a 1-1 ball game. Now the 1-2 pitch. High bouncer to second base. Bossert plays on a second hop. The throw to first is in time, but that will play Porter Young. And the second run, Surrey in the lead, 2-1. First time in front of the BNC National Bank scoreboard with locations throughout North Dakota, Minnesota, and Arizona. You can visit BNC Bank online at bnc.bank. They provide you with banking and wealth management services for your business and family. That's BNC National Bank. Surrey 2, Velvet Drake Animus 1. Bottom of the fourth inning. Another one that gets past Bruner. Here comes Marcus Hughes. He's hit by the throw, but he's safe. Surrey leads 3-1. And now a ground ball to second off the bat of Walsh. That'll be the third out of the inning. Surrey goes for 3 runs. They got the bases loaded and they all came around to score. The Mustangs lead after 4 complete. On the BNC National Bank scoreboard, Surrey 3, Velvet Drake Animus 1. Back after this commercial break.
There is no place like the country club. 18 holes of immaculate golf, along with golf simulator, PGA staff, club fitting and lesson, driving range and practice green, pro shop, delicious food, endless fun in the pool, and activities for the whole family. Learn more and become a member today.
Whether it's getting an education, making priceless memories, learning to play, playing to learn, or simply getting where you need to go, the team at Ackerman Estvold has been behind these projects and countless others, developing critical infrastructure, valuable spaces, and even some good old-fashioned fun. Entrusted with the things you know, but delivering more than you may realize. Ackerman Estvold, trusted for decades and decades to come.
An eventful fourth inning that started out with Velva getting a leadoff bunt for a home run by Mason McPeak, followed by the Surrey Mustangs loading the bases with 1 out and scoring them all. 2 on wild pitches and 1 on a ground out to second base. And as we head to the 5th inning of this Region 6 championship game, the Mustangs have a 3-1 lead on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Ball bobbled, but right into the throwing hand of Elijah Erickson. It works. And that's the first out. 1 pitch. Ben Shep is retired. He's now 0 for 3. 0 for 2 is Cooper Kittleson. He's up to bat now for the Aggies. One out, first pitch now to Kittleson. Luke Wagner back out to pitch, and he had a eventful 4th inning, maybe the most eventful 4th inning, giving up the, well, he was the pitcher for the bunt. It wasn't his error, it was the error on the catcher. Shervin threw down at first base. It let McPeak score. He had to bounce back from that. Shrugged it off by retiring the next 3 Aggies. And now he's retired the most recent 5. And then when Wagner was at the plate, he laid down a bunt of his own that did advance Eby. He did his job, but there was a close play at first base. And of course, Wagner, trying to add base runners, was called out on a close play. It was on his mind throughout his entire time in the dugout before he got out to pitch again. And maybe he's cleared it from his short-term memory here in this game as a pitcher. That's what you need. He's out there throwing strikes again against Velvet Drake Animus with the lead. 67 pitches thrown by Wagner in this game through 4 2/3 innings. 1 run allowed, not earned. Time called by Reggie Bruner. Bruner's 1 for 2, flew out to left field and walked. And now the pitch from Wagner, 0-1 count. It's the number 3 batter in the Velva lineup. Way out in front of another breaking ball. And that's kind of been the story for Bruner. One thing to pick on in his batting approach. Definitely has been able to pick up the off-speed pitches throughout this tournament. He's been lunging way out in front. That's where Wagner goes here. Payoff pitch on the way. Sidearm delivery. It was a fastball that was got right into the hands of Reggie Bruner, but able to quickly turn on that pitch and foul it off. Another payoff pitch coming up from Wagner. This time goes off-speed line drive right through the pitcher's legs. And that's a 2-out hit for Reggie Bruner. Look out, Luke Wagner on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Right back at him. Had the glove ready. But that takes quick reaction time to catch that. Line drive off the bat of Reggie Bruner. Two-hit game for Bruner here in the championship matchup. Now Luke Selzler, he's reached base twice on a single and a walk. Hasn't scored just yet. Selzler came up in the second inning as well as the fourth. A mistake, it was the second and the third inning. 1-1 the count to the Velva first baseman. Drops in the zone. Bruner will jog down to second base. Nobody paying attention for the Mustangs. There was no balk or anything. Bruner just jogged down to second. Nothing wrong with that. Bruner catches the Mustangs sleeping. Surrey is puzzled. Nobody covered the base. Shervin didn't throw it. Bruner just, oh. Now the count's 1-1. Now what was that? Swing and a miss from Selzer. Now Bruner's off to third, and I've lost track of where this fifth inning is going. Whether they did call a balk on Wagner, that had to be it. The count is 1 ball and 2 strikes to Luke Selzler. And Reggie Bruner's over at third base. Now we take a little extra time to get back to baseball. Payoff pitch. Ball 2. Close one. Two balls and 2 strikes on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. From Luke Wagner to Luke Selzler. Ball 3. Bruner standing on third. You know he's going to be ready to run. If this ball gets on the ground, obviously if Surrey just makes that out at first, it won't count. Swing and a miss, but it gets away from the catcher. And that'll factor into the equation as well. Selzler reaches on the strikeout. Wagner with a nasty pitch. It got way away from Isaac Shervin. And Reggie Bruner will score from third on the strikeout. The 4th K of the day for Luke Wagner. Selzler's on for the 3rd time. A walk, a single, and a strikeout. Still 2 outs in the inning for Patrick Efforts. Efforts trying to snap an 0 for 2. Long pause. And now a fly ball foul, straight back. Roll back down the roof of the grandstand here at Corbett Field. The Aggies trailing by 1 run now after that last score by Bruner. Day ahead of that pitch was Efforts. The BNC National Bank scoreboard, Surrey 3, Velva Drake Animus 2. In the situation here as we get into the last half of this baseball game. Mustangs with a win tonight would clinch a spot in the state tournament. next weekend from Jamestown. Velva needs a win today and a win tomorrow. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Surrey can win either today or tomorrow. It's a ball to Efforts. Selzler takes off for second base. Payoff pitch from Wagner, trying to protect that one-run lead with a tying run on second base. Ground ball to first. Fielded by Young. It took a high bounce. He's going to step on first base for the final out of the fifth. Velva Drake-Andemus adds another run. We're back to the score we had that finished yesterday between these two teams. It's Surrey 3, Velva Drake-Andemus 2. Still 2.5 innings of baseball to play from MINOT.
Our stylists are trained to understand the nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7. Pressure. Poise. Yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's the spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
This broadcast of high school baseball on the PSP Network is brought to you in part by Prestwich Orthodontics, specializing in braces and Invisalign for all ages. They offer 0% financing and free consultations, virtual or in office. Enjoy professional treatment and a fun, relaxed atmosphere. Check them out at minotbraces.com. Also, Northern Plains Heating and Air. For 25 years of experience as your heating and air experts and a factory authorized dealer for AeroSeal. There's no other choice to seal your heating and air game than Northern Plains Heating and Air. Find them online at northern-plains.com. Bottom of the fifth inning starts with a ball from Mason Kraft to Brighton Vetter, the leadoff batter for Surrey, up for the third time. And there is the sun once again, casting very long shadows out of right field. Line drive back to Kraft. Throw it around. Surrey in their last inning at the plate, the bottom of the fourth. They get a leadoff walk to Andrew Eby. Luke Wagner moved him up with a sac bunt. Porter Young was walked, then Marcus Hughes was walked, and the bases were loaded with one out. Elijah Erickson was at the plate. Andrew Eby scored on a wild pitch. That tied the game at 1. We've got time called here by Isaac Shervin. Then Erickson grounded the ball to second base. That scored Porter Young. Put Surrey in front, and then the Mustangs added to their newfound lead with another wild pitch, which scored Marcus Hughes. A 3-run inning for the Surrey Mustangs. Their lead was 3-1 after that. Velva scored a run also on a wild pitch, on a strikeout. Reggie Bruner came in and made this a 1-run game once again. Surrey coming up to bat for the first time with the lead. Shervin watches strike 2. Shervin doing the catching for Surrey today. Payoff pitch from Kraft. Bouncing ball over his head. Bossert can't scoop it up at second base. Even Kittleson came over to the second base, or the right side of second base, to try and field that one, but Shervin was already well beyond the first base bag. That'll be an error charge to the Velva defense, their first of the game. Runner on and one out for the Mustangs and Kanoa Munoz. Can he come through after an 0-for-2 start to this game at the plate? He took home an MVP award yesterday for not only his pitching performance, but also a nice job at the plate. Went 2 for 4 against Garrison in the winner's bracket game. Line drive to right field. It's caught by Nicholson. Shervin retreats back to first, and there's 2 retired in the inning. 2 outs for Andrew Eby, led off the last inning with a walk. against Velva in the first game of this tournament. Eby reached base 3 times, 2 walks, one of them being intentional. He also picked up a single. First pitch home in this third matchup between Mason Kraft and Andrew Eby is a ball. And the second, a ball as well. Regular season matchup between these two teams. The first one was played at Velva's ballpark. A 6-5 win for the Aggies. The second one on the road. Ground ball to short, bobbled by Kittleson, still trying to make the throw. Got him. That's the third out. That second matchup in the regular season, a Velva win as well, 6-4. Surrey trying to even the score after picking up a win over the Aggies in the first round yesterday. They can make it 2 wins apiece if they can hold on through the last 2 innings with a 1-run lead on the BNC National Bank scoreboard.
It's iKeating Furniture World's 90th anniversary sale. Now's the time to celebrate, update, and redecorate. From furniture for every room to flooring that brings it all together, you'll find incredible anniversary savings on just what you want, just what you need. Step up to better sleep on a Sealy, Stearns & Foster, or Tempur-Pedic mattress, all comfortably priced. Plus, no interest for 5 years. Don't miss this one, the 90th anniversary sale, going on now at iKeating Furniture World.
Nobody thinks about personal injury until it happens. But when injury strikes, so will your bills and the turmoil and everything you'll miss out on. It's a mess and you need someone to help it all make sense. That someone is Schweigert, Clamine, and McBride. We know the territory and the process, and we work smart and hard to get you results. It's easier to get back to normal knowing there's a team behind you. We're the ones the other side doesn't want you to call. We're on your side. We're Schweigert, Clamine, and McBride.
Well, here we go again. Mason McPeak leading off an inning. What will he do this time around? If you don't remember, or you're just joining us here in this Region 6 Baseball Championship game, Mason McPeak laid down a bunt to lead off the top of the 4th for Velva. And the throw to first base ended up all the way in the right field corner, just one stop rolling all the way to the warning track. And McPeak was flying around the bases 360 feet for a Little League home run. It goes down as an E1 that he scores on. A bunt for an E2. It was charged to the catcher, Isaac Shervin. Now McPeak will not show bunt on the first pitch here, with Elijah Erickson playing in bunt territory at third base. Says the pitch outside, 1-0. Now 2-0 missing up high. Luke Wagner, the starting pitcher for Surrey today, on for his 6th inning of work. He's had 83 pitches after that one misses to McPeak. Again up high. Wagner just needs 2 more innings of scoreless baseball. He's allowed a run in each of the last 2. Now just lobs one into the zone. McPeak not even going to take, or he will take, not even going to swing at that pitch that was BP. Another one that Wagner just tries to place in the zone. It's fouled off. And sometimes even those kind of pitches are hard for hitters to make good contact with. They're so used to pitcher dialing up the velo on the fastballs. And there, Wagner does just that. After 2 lobbed pitches to try and get back in the count against Mason McPeak, Wagner battles all the way back from a 3-0 count to strike out Velva's third baseman. Fifth strikeout for Luke Wagner this afternoon, or sorry, it's not even the afternoon anymore, it's tonight. Just past 8:30 here in Minot, North Dakota. We've been playing for just over an hour here in this championship game. Ground ball by Kraft to Munoz at short. Sidearm sling across the diamond. Munoz retires Mason Kraft on the ground out to short. 2 outs in the inning for the Mustangs defense and Braden Bossert. Bossert was charged with the error defensively in the last inning. It did not come around to score. At the plate, the second baseman for the Aggies, a walk and a ground out to second base. Looking to get something started for Velva here in the top of the 6th inning with 2 outs already on the board. Aggies trail by 1 run. They've scored 1 in the 4th and 1 in the 5th. Held off of the scoreboard to the first 3 innings. Bossert ground ball to third. That goes foul. before Erickson can reach for it. Out of 1 ball and 1 strike. Wagner's support in the Surrey section continues to give him some energy here late in this start. Won't get this called strike. 2-1 the count to Bossert. Ground ball through the hole on the right side. Spills into right field. Braden Bossert has a hit. It's his first one since his second at bat against Bishop Ryan yesterday. He snaps what was an 0-for-6 streak with a hit there. 2-out rally has begun. Tying run at first base for Velva. Now Kaysen Larson. Blocked by Shervin on a ball on the turf. Luke Wagner has made 2 starts this season. None of them have made it past the 5th inning. So this is his longest start of the year, now at 95 pitches on the scoreboard. It's a 2-0 count to Kaysen Larson. Surrey was asking a guy with not much starting experience to pitch this Region 6 championship game, and it has gone quite well. Bossert steals second base, almost slid past the bag. The throw from Shervin was late, but the tag from Hughes, he applied it, and Case Bossert was to come off second base. He doesn't. It's a successful steal. Wagner, 5 2/3 innings, 2 runs allowed, only 1 of them earned. Again, lobs in the 3-0, but this one won't find the zone. It's a 4-pitch walk to Kaysen Larson. 2 on with 2 out now over the top of the order, and Ben Shep. He's 0 for 3 in the game. Top 2 batters for the Velva lineup, Shep and Kittleson, a combined 0 for 6. That's something rare. And if percentages were in the conversation, it's bound to break. Strike 1 to Ben Shep. Wagner's longest outing came against Bishop Ryan on April 29th. That was his last pitching appearance. He hasn't pitched in almost a month. 4 1/3 innings against the Lions in the start. Gave up 3 runs, struck out 10 in that game. Ended up being a 6-3 win for Bishop Ryan against Surrey. Their only 4 wins in region play this year in the regular season came against Central McLean and South Prairie Max, 2 teams that didn't even qualify for this Region 4 tournament. Strike 2 called. Clipped the inside corner. Payoff pitch coming up from Luke Wagner. That was pitch number 100. Since that playing game, Surrey has beaten Velva once and Garrison, now trying to take down the Aggies for a second time this week. Runner goes. Ball in the dirt. It's going to get away from Shervin, and that will allow Larson to run as well. Bossert took off on the pitch. Larson waited a second. That 3rd run for the Aggies, which would tie the score, stands at third base, and Braden Bossert. Count of 2-2 to Ben Shep. Still out of the stretch. Strike 3 called. Wagner gets out of the inning on the backwards K, his 6th strikeout of the evening. See it again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Aggies strand 2 in scoring position. One of them the tying run, the other would have been the go-ahead. To the bottom of the 6th inning from Minot. Your score, Surrey 3, Velva Drake Animus 2.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on. Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
There is no place like the country club. 18 holes of immaculate golf, along with Golf Simulator, PGA staff, club fitting and lesson, driving range and practice green, pro shop, delicious food, endless fun in the pool, and activities for the whole family. Learn more and become a member today.
Well, as we enter what could be the final few innings of this Region 6 Baseball Championship game, time to remind you that coming up after the final out, we'll have the planning team financial advisors, Shots Crossroads post-game show. And out some awards as well as Sport Clips MVP, the Jobbers move of the game. Also got the... Might have an interview if the tournament is decided in this game. If results hold, Surrey clinches a spot in the state tournament. They lead by 1, bottom of the 6th inning. Mason Kraft, the starter for Velva Drake Animus, trying to hold the Mustangs where they're at on that BNC National Bank scoreboard. Luke Wagner, the first batter that Kraft faces here in the bottom of the 6th. Kraft approaching pitch number 80 on his evening. 2-ball, no strike count to Surrey's starting pitcher, Luke Wagner, who's gone well over 100 through 6 innings. Kraft gets the called strike. Should Surrey win this game as well, we'll have the All-Region Awards announcement, the Senior Athlete and Coach of the Year presentation. If Velva comes back and wins this, that'll be delayed until after tomorrow's game. Wagner with another base hit. A 2-hit game for the starting pitcher. Boy, has he had quite the evening today. Another line drive, pretty much like he had his first hit back in the 2nd inning. A line drive to left field. This one just gets by the shortstop, Cooper Kittleson, and now a Serve Pro mound visit coming from the Velva Aggies with 24/7 emergency service and trained technicians using advanced technology and specializing in fire and water cleanup and restoration at Serve Pro. We'll see what the move is here for head coach Matt Weiler. He will take the ball out of Mason Kraft's hands, bring in the right fielder Wesley Nicholson. Again, he only has a few pitches remaining. He threw over 100 against Surrey in the first game of this tournament. So we will return with the substitutions. Well, actually, Nicholson's just going to come in and play third base. We'll get the rest of the substitutions coming up next after this commercial break. It's a Serve Pro pitching change on the PSP Network.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. Serve Pro, with decades of experience in MINOT and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
From the 26-yard line, nearing the Serve Pro red zone are the Demons already. Handoff, Hankey dances in the hole. Now he speeds and bursts outside, accelerates to the 20, 15, 10, 2 touches, 2 touchdowns.
Carter Hankey, this time they go left, and he just does what he does so well is he read the block. It wasn't off tackle, it wasn't off the guard on the inside, and he took his time, then he bounced to the outside, got a great little kick out block, a touch block, and deep downfield for the Demons, helping him out.
The new pitcher for Velva Drake Animus is Cooper Kittleson. Kittleson threw 6 innings earlier today against Garrison. He's now called upon to finish the 6th inning here against the Surrey Mustangs in the championship game. He threw 77 pitches against the Troopers, so he still has 45 pitches or 43 pitches to work with here in the relief effort against the Mustangs. 6 innings against Garrison, allowing just the 1 run. He struck out 5 Garrison batters. Now facing Porter Young. Young will put down a bunt first base side, but it's foul, going to the on-deck circle, finding Marcus Hughes. 1-1 count to Porter Young. Mason Kraft finishes his start today with 5 innings pitched, 3 runs allowed on 3 hits, struck out 1 and walked 5. 2 of those hits came to Luke Wagner, who stands at first base after the single to start the 6th inning. Young will try a bunt again. This is a ball. It's going to end up hitting the umpire after Reggie Bruner dropped it. 2-1 count to Young. We'll see if the Mustangs continue to try and lay down this bunt. Wesley Nicholson, the new third baseman, he comes in from right field. Mason McPeak from third to short. And the pitcher Mason Kraft fills in a Nicholson spot in right field. Again, Young will put down a bunt, but it's foul. One hop, and it's collected by Bruner. Now with 2 strikes on the batter, Surrey unable to put down this bunt in this at-bat. The region championship complete. Region 7, Des Lacs Burlington takes down the Renville County Muskrats. The Lakers have now made it half the teams confirmed at the State B baseball tournament next weekend in Jamestown. That's Central Cass, Botno, Thompson, and Des Lacs Burlington. Young still does bunt with 2 strikes. It goes back to Kittleson, and it is a sac bunt executed by Porter Young. That's the first out of the inning. Moves Wagner into scoring position at second base. And there's 1 on with 1 out for Marcus Hughes. Hughes 0 for 1. He walked and scored that 3rd run for Surrey back in the 4th inning. Now on the bottom of the 6th on the BNC National Bank scoreboard, his Surrey Mustangs lead Velva 3-2. Pitch from Kittleson. Swing and a miss. A big one from Hughes. Next batter up for Surrey is Elijah Erickson, as the Mustangs try and move around another run. Even if they don't in this inning, and we do see Luke Wagner pitch the 7th, they'll just need to get 3 outs and they're off to state. Time called by Hughes. That's the 3rd time now he's done this. Taking his time in the box. No problem with that. Payoff pitch from Kittleson. Ball 1. It was close, but just low. Still the corners playing along the baselines for Velva. 2-2 now the count to Hughes. Outfield straight up, middle infield, playing at normal depth. Strike 3 called. Kittleson retires Hughes on the outside strike. Here it is on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. The final pitch of the AB to Surrey second baseman Marcus Hughes. Painting the corner is Cooper Kittleson. So now it's Erickson's job to bring across that extra insurance run for Surrey. Pitch way inside. It's 88 pitches now for Kittleson, who is pitching out of the stretch on the very 3rd base side of that pitching rubber on the artificial mound here at Corbett Field. Ball 2 to Erickson. A walk and a ground out to second base for Surrey's 3rd baseman. Line drive back to Kittleson. He makes the catch. And now it's on the Aggies offense. They need 1 to keep their season alive in the top of the 7th inning. And Luke Wagner is going to get the call for a complete game.
We've changed our name, but we haven't changed the DNA of who we are. We still offer the best product at the best price with the same people. For over 25 years, we've been your only choice for tires in the local area, providing all major brands under one roof at a fair price for your family's budget. Plus that excellent service after the sale with free rotations, free alignment check, free flat repairs with our exclusive Plus plan. That tradition continues today. Looking for tires you can trust? Choose us. Trusted Tire and Auto.
Kittleson, Bruner, and Luke Selzler due up for the Velva Aggies in the road half of the 7th inning. And it is Luke Wagner back out on the mound, as he has been for 6 full innings today for the Surrey Mustangs. He's thrown 102 pitches, He's got 18 more to complete what would be a 7-inning win should he not allow Velva to bring across that tying run. Again, in the last inning, Velva had the tying run at third base and the go-ahead run at second, but they left them both there. We still have a 3-2 score on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. First pitch of the inning. Cooper Kittleson is ball one from Wagner. And Surrey defeated Velva in this very championship game 2 years ago in 2022. They lost to Bishop Ryan in the championship game last year, making their third straight appearance in the Region 6 title game and looking for their second state tournament appearance in the last 3 seasons. Velva, on the other hand, looking for the comeback and their first Region 6 pennant since 2018. By the way, we had that trivia question. I did see one right answer, so we do have another winner. Pitch to Kittleson is fouled off. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The correct answer, Central McLean in 2016, and even a bonus there. They remembered that Hunter Jacobs was the winning pitcher in all 3 wins for the Cougars in that tournament. 2-2 pitch to Kittleson in the turf, ball 3. Velva needs just 1 run in this 7th inning, which will be the last for Wagner. Ground ball to Munoz at short. He bobbled it. Still trying to make the throw, but Kittleson is safe. While Surrey, a team we've talked about all tournament, has been plagued by some subpar defense at times throughout the year. That was just their second error of the game, but it comes at a really bad time here in the 7th inning, and now Velva has the tying run on the base pass. Error charge to Munoz, again number 2 on the Mustangs defensively. Velva with 2 runs on 3 hits. Now Bruner, chopper to short. Munoz goes to second base. No, he dropped the ball again. He was trying to eat the throw there as Kittleson got to second quickly. Here it is on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Back-to-back balls hit to Munoz, and no outs recorded. And now even the go-ahead run is on base for the Aggies. Mound visit here. Started with Shervin talking to his starting pitcher. Now Bruce Mack is going to come out of the dugout for a Serve Pro mound visit. 24/7 emergency service and trained technicians using advanced technology and specializing in fire and water cleanup and restoration at Serve Pro. 109 pitches. We saw Coach Mack take Kanoa Munoz out of the game an out shy of a complete game yesterday against Garrison, and he was at about 114 pitches. Here, I think he's just trying to get his team focused and calmed down once again. Our scorer up here did rule that as an error against Munoz. I think that might just be a infield hit for Bruner, as there was really no throw made. Munoz just dropped the ball as he was trying to knock down his own throw. So Kittleson reaches on the air. We'll give Bruner the infield single. 4th hit of the game for the Velva Drake Animus Aggies. Just 3 errors defensively for Surrey. 2 errors defensively for Surrey. And here comes Luke Selzler. Still nobody out. 3rd batter the Wagoners faced in this 7th inning. Kittleson gets a good lead at second. He's going to be running on contact if this ball is on the line. And on the ground, too. Turn back to second base and the throw home. Strike 1 to Selzler. Luke Selzler has reached base 3 times in 3 plate appearances. A walk, a single, and a strikeout, which brought in a run. A productive strikeout. You don't hear that too often. 0-1 pitch. Well low, just above the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike to Luke Selzler. Velva's put up 16 runs in their last 2 games in this tournament. They've been held to just 2 by the Mustangs. They scored 7 against Bishop Ryan, 9 earlier today against Garrison, and Surrey over the course of their now almost 2 complete games against the Mustangs. Velva's only been able to score 4 runs. Can that offense heat up once again late in this championship contest? Payoff pitch from Wagner is ball 2. Now look from here like that pitch was well outside, but apparently not to a lot of people from their vantage point. 113 pitches thrown by Wagner. Another turn and throw. Past the bat of Selzer. It's a foul tip caught by Shervin. Strikeout recorded by Luke Wagner. And that is number 7 on the day for Surrey's starter. First and second, one out for Patrick Efforts. Efforts is 0 for 3. 6 pitches remaining for Wagner. Again, he can start at bat and go over 120 pitches if it's on that at bat. Once he goes to 120 or past, he must be taken out of the game, or else if Surrey doesn't do that, they forfeit, which has been something talked about in sports media over in other states. I won't even get into that drama. Now Wagner the throwback to second, and that's a scary move there in the 7th inning. We've seen a lot of pickoff moves end up in foul territory or in center field this tournament. Luckily, Hughes was on the same page as his pitcher. 1 strike to Efforts after the foul ball. Efforts ground ball to second. Hughes flips to Munoz on to first. Cinderella Surrey's going to state. An unprecedented, unbeaten run through the Region 6 baseball tournament as the number 4 seed, the Surrey Mustangs knock off Velva Drake-Animus, a team that swept them in the regular season. They take down Velva by back-to-back 3-2 scores and clinch the Region 6 crown. Luke Wagner, the complete game win for the junior left-handed pitcher. Finishes at 116 pitches and gets the win today over Velva Drake-Animus. Surrey is going to state for the 23rd time in program history and the first time since 2022. And just an absolutely gut-wrenching way to end the season for Velva Drake-Animus, the number 1 seed. 10-0 in region play this year. They came into the tournament on a 14-game winning streak. Took on a tough pitching matchup from Andrew Eby in game 1. Lost to Surrey 3-2. Battled their way back through the losers bracket. They played every game you possibly could. But it's just not enough here in the 7th inning. They strand 4 runners on base in the last 2 innings combined, and Surrey picks up the win 3-2. It's now time to hand out some awards here in the postseason before we get to the planning team financial advisor Shots Crossroads postgame show. Once again, going to hand it over to our public address announcer here at Corbett Field, Scott Cattell.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Region 6 Baseball, we would like to say thank you to all the teams, umpires, event workers, spectators, and the staff at Corbett Field who made this tournament possible. Thank you for all your continued support of the Region 6 Baseball Tournament. Now for the All-Region 6 awards. First will be our All-Region 6 game voted on by the Region 6 coaches. Players, when your name is announced, we ask that you come to see the awards and then line up on the third baseline so we can get a photo of the 2024 team All-Region 6 game following the announcement. The All-Region 6 baseball team from South Prairie Max, Kate Hurd. From Central McLean, Sam Hager. From Surrey, Canoa Munoz. Please line up for the third baseline, guys. From Garrison, Grayson Eichelhart. From Bishop Ryan, Tegan Coonrod. From Delta Drake Animus, Cooper Kittleson. From Garrison, Matt Yoakum. From Bishop Ryan, Jack Pesa. From Velva Drake Animus, Wesley Mickelson. From Surrey, Andrew Eby. From Bella Drake Animus, Reggie Bruner. From Bishop Ryan, Drew Zwak. From Velvet Drink Animus, Ben Sheck. From Garrison, Braxton Eichelhart. And rounding out our All-Region 16 from Velvet Drake Animals, Luke Selzler. Ladies and gentlemen, our All-Region 16 as voted on by the Region 6 coaches. Let's give them a great round of applause. Congratulations, guys. Our next award is the Region 6 Coach of the Year Award. This is voted on by the Region 6 coaches for his and his team's success throughout the season. The 2024 Region 6 Coach of the Year from Velvet Drake Animals, Matt Weidler. And our last individual award is the Region 6 Senior Athlete of the Year Award. Seniors were nominated by their coaches and then voted on by the Region 6 coaches. This year, we have a Co-Senior Athlete of the Year. The 2024 Co-Senior Athletes of the Year for Region 6, the awards go to Braxton Eichelhart from Garrison and Manoa Munoz. The Surrey Mustangs will represent Region 6 in the state baseball tournament, which will come up next Thursday, Friday, and Saturday at Jack Brown Stadium in Jamestown. Their first round pairings will be determined after coaches have voted the top 5 teams to that tournament once all regional tournaments are over. Now for the team award, will representatives from the Region 6 champion, Surrey Mustangs, please come forward to receive the 2024 Region 6 championship trophy. All Region 6 teams and fans want to wish the Surrey Mustangs the best of luck as they represent Region 6 next week at the 2024 Class B State Baseball Tournament. Have fun and play hard. Thank you for coming. Congratulations to
Planning Team Financial Advisors Shots Crossroads Postgame Show comes up next on the PSP Network.
We've changed our name, but we haven't changed the DNA of who we are. We still offer the best product at the best price with the same people. For over 25 years, we've been your only choice for tires in the local area, providing all major brands under one roof at a fair price for your family's budget. Plus that excellent service after the sale with free rotations, free alignment check, free flat repairs with our exclusive Plus plan. That tradition continues today. Looking for tires you can trust? Choose us. Trusted Tire and Auto.
When it's time to choose your team, you want to pick the best.
I pick Carson Wentz. I pick Hunter Lipke.
Where'd you come from? I was in football, just like you.
Always choose people you know and trust for your team, like your community bankers at First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
You have built an amazing life by working hard and doing.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA SIPC. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors LLC and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
How would you like to turn this into this? With Shots Crossroads Fuel to Food Reward Program, you can. Here's how it works. Pick up a fuel tracker card from any of our C-store cashiers. Every time you fill up with gasoline or diesel, use the fuel tracker card to record your gallons. Once you reach 1,000 gallons, you'll be eligible for a $10 gift card to Shots Crossroads Restaurant. Start earning your rewards today at Shots Crossroads.
It's iKeating Furniture World's 90th anniversary sale. Now's the time to celebrate, update, and redecorate. From furniture for every room to flooring that brings it all together, you'll find incredible anniversary savings on just what you want, just what you need. Step up to better sleep on a Sealy, Stearns & Foster, or Tempur-Pedic mattress, all comfortably priced. Plus, no interest for 5 years. Don't miss this one, the 90th anniversary sale. Going on now at iKeating Furniture World.
The best part about working at BNC National Bank is developing relationships.
I love working with people.
We've been here for over 25 years.
We've grown just like our communities we're in.
But we still have that personal connection with our customers.
And that's why we can find the best solutions for them.
It feels great seeing projects around the community and knowing we're a small part of making that happen.
We're helping people buy their first homes.
Plan for the future.
From startups to big business.
We're part of the community.
And we're proud of it.
Yours truly, BNC.
We want it all. We want our dog to fetch it.
Drop it.
And drop it.
Drop it.
We want to fix it ourselves. And actually fix it. We want to order the market price lobster. And know the market price of the lobster.
How much is... Whatever the market says.
Sadly, we can't have it all. Except at Sport Clips, where we check in with the pros in men's hair and totally check out with pure, uninterrupted relaxation. Sport Clips. It's a game changer.
Are you moving your business or your home across the town or across the country? We know it can be stressful. To ensure your possessions arrive on time, intact, and on budget, make your move with Jobbers Moving and Storage. Jobbers can help you with every aspect of your move. With our efficient step-by-step approach to move management, we can tailor a plan to suit your needs and schedule. With locations in Bismarck, Fargo, Minot, and Aberdeen, Jobbers Moving and Storage is your choice. Visit jobberswarehouse.com. It's Jobbers Moving and Storage.
Whether it's getting an education, making priceless memories, learning to play, playing to learn, or simply getting where you need to go, the team at Ackerman Estvold has been behind these projects and countless others, developing critical infrastructure, valuable spaces, and even some good old-fashioned fun. Entrusted with the things you know, but delivering more than you may realize. Ackerman Estvold. Trusted for decades and decades to come.
The Surrey Mustangs take home the Region 6 title tonight in the first game of what could have been 2 championship matchups against the Velvet Drake Animus Aggies, but the Mustangs make sure they take home the trophy. It's either right around home plate, that's where it is, along with a lot of other hardware for Kanoa Munoz, who took home the Co-Senior Athlete of the Year as well, along with the region title. And I'd say one of them probably better than the other, the team title for Surrey today, punching the ticket to the state Class B baseball tournament for the 23rd time in program history, the first since 2022, with a 3-2 win over the Velvet Drake Animus Aggies today. Welcome to the Planning Team Financial Advisors Shots Crossroads post-game show. The Mustangs pick up a 3-2 win over Velva in this Region 6 championship fight. Let's take a look at how it happened with our game recap. Starting it in the first inning, starting pitcher for Surrey, Luke Wagner, tossed a 1-2-3 opening frame with 2 strikeouts, 1 to Ben Shemp, 1 to Cooper Kittleson. That really set the tone for the Mustangs in this one. Starting pitcher on the other side for Velva, Mason Kraft, also faced the minimum. He walked Brighton Vetter to lead off the game, but Vetter, with 2 outs, was thrown out trying to advance to home and score on a pitch that got past Reggie Bruner, but he was thrown out. So both pitchers faced just 3 batters in their first innings of work. And then once the second inning came about, the offenses started to get going. The pitchers and the defenses got into a couple of jams, but through the first 3 innings, it was all clean and smooth sailing for both sides, as Surrey would get out of a bases loaded situation in the second inning, and Velva would get out of a runner on with 1 out situation of their own. Then the scoring began for Velva in the 4th inning when Mason McPeak laid down a bunt. Catcher Isaac Shervin threw it into right field and just kept on rolling into the corner. Nothing could stop that baseball, and nothing could stop Mason McPeak running around the bases for the inside the Parker, the Little League home run on a bunt. That put Velva in front first, 1-0 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. But Surrey was quick to respond in the bottom half of the inning with the bases loaded and 1 out. Andrew Eby would come in to score on a wild pitch. Porter Young scored on a Elijah Erickson RBI groundout, and Marcus Hughes would score on another wild pitch. Surrey was in front 3-1 at that point in the bottom of the 4th inning. The 5th inning, Velva would strike again for another run. Luke Selzer with a runner on third base and 2 outs in the inning swung at a pitch way outside in the turf. It would get away from Surrey's catcher Isaac Shervin. Reggie Bruner would score from third base. Selzer would get on to keep the inning alive. Velva would add 1 run in the 5th inning to make this a 2-3 game. Surrey's offense continued to battle but could not bring across another run the rest of the way. So it was on their starting pitcher, Luke Wagner, to finish the deal, and he did with 116 pitches today. A complete game for Wagner. He finishes it off in the 7th inning. It was a nail biter in the end for Surrey, but they got the job done after Cooper Kittleson reached base on the error by shortstop Kanoa Munoz. Reggie Bruner on the infield single to Munoz. That was followed up with 2 runners on and nobody out. Again, the tying run was at second base. The go-ahead run for Velva at first. Luke Selzer struck out. This time it wouldn't get away from Isaac Shervin, and that would be the first out of the inning. Then Patrick Efforts, the very next batter, a ground ball to second. Flipped from Marcus Hughes to Munoz to get the first out at second base. On to first for the game-ending and title-clinching double play in 4-6-3 fashion. The win goes to Luke Wagner, the loss to Mason Kraft, and Surrey takes home the Region 6 championship tonight by a final score of 3-2 over the Velvet Drake Animus Aggies. All right, time to hand out some awards today. The Sport Clips MVP of the game is first. Sport Clips bring the MVP haircut experience. Check it online with a hairstylist today at sportclips.com, or you can use the app. Nothing comes close to making you feel like an MVP, quite like the MVP experience at Sport Clips. The MVP of this one, man, it might just go to Luke Wagner, the complete game pitching win on the bump. He also had an exceptional day hitting. Had a single in the 2nd inning, a sac bunt, which was almost an infield single, and I did ask him to come up here and might be showing up for an interview sometime soon, but I let him get as much celebrating as he could in and get the photos before he comes up here for an interview. But we're going to definitely talk about that sac bunt and the emotions after that, as he was not pleased by being thrown out on a very close play at first base. Still did the job of advancing Andrew Eby, who would later come around to score in the inning, which was Surrey's first run of the game, so he did his job. And then in his 3rd at-bat, Wagner would single once again, being left at second base. A 2-for-2 today at the plate for Wagner. Oh, and not to mention the complete game win in the Region Championship game, his longest start of the year and 3rd start of the season. Luke Wagner, your Sport Clips MVP of this Region 6 championship game. As for the Jobbers' move of the game, well, there was a lot of exciting plays in this one, to say the least. A bunt inside the park home run, a strikeout that scored a run and kept the inning going, a cameraman getting in the way of a ball 4, which would have advanced the Surrey base runner. There was a lot to choose from, but no play mattered more to the Surrey Mustangs today than the final play of the game. Your Jobbers move the game, a 4-6-3 game-ending double play off the bat of Patrick Efforts to the second baseman Marcus Hughes, and Hughes knew what to do. The flip to Munoz at short, the quick turn to first base to retire the Aggies, and the celebration that would ensue as Surrey clinched the Region 6 championship and their 23rd berth in a state Class B baseball tournament here tonight at Corbett Field. That's your Jobbers' move of the game. They focus on the details of the process without ever losing sight of the big picture. Their efficient step-by-step approach to move management keeps everyone on the same page, with locations in Bismarck, Minot, Fargo, and Aberdeen. Also find them online at jobberswarehouse.com. Well, that does it for all the things I had planned for this Planning Team Financial Advisor Shots Crossroads post-game show, except for our player interview. We're going to wait a little bit for Luke Wagner to show up if you're still sticking around here on the PSP Network. We've got one more item of business to take care of if Luke decides to make his way up here to the press box sometime soon. But we will return after this quick break with our Sport Clips MVP of the game and put a final bow on the Region 6 baseball coverage here on the PSP Network. From Corbett Field, your final score, Surrey 3, Velvet Drake Animus 2.
It's iKeating Furniture World's 90th anniversary sale. Now's the time to celebrate, update, and redecorate. From furniture for every room to flooring that brings it all together, you'll find incredible anniversary savings on just what you want, just what you need. Step up to better sleep on a Sealy, Stearns & Foster, or Tempur-Pedic mattress, all comfortably priced. Plus, no interest for 5 years. Don't miss this one, the 90th anniversary sale, going on now at iKeating Furniture World.
The best part about working at BNC National Bank is developing relationships.
I love working with people.
We've been here for over 25 years.
We've grown just like our communities we're in.
But we still have that personal connection with our customers.
And that's why we can find the best solutions for them.
It feels great seeing projects around the community and knowing we're a small part of making that happen.
We're helping people buy their first homes.
Plan for the future.
From startups to big business.
We're part of the community.
And we're proud of it.
Yours truly, BNC.
We want it all. We want our dog to fetch it.
Drop it.
And drop it.
Drop it.
We want to fix it ourselves. And actually fix it. We want to order the market price lobster. And know the market price of the lobster.
How much is... Whatever the market says.
Sadly, we can't have it all. Except at Sport Clips, where we check in with the pros in men's hair and totally check out with pure, uninterrupted relaxation. Sport Clips. It's a game changer.
Are you moving your business or your home across the town or across the country? We know it can be stressful. To ensure your possessions arrive on time, intact, and on budget, make your move with Jobbers Moving and Storage. Jobbers can help you with every aspect of your move. With our efficient step-by-step approach to move management, we can tailor a plan to suit your needs and schedule. With locations in Bismarck, Fargo, Minot, and Aberdeen, Jobbers Moving and Storage is your choice. Visit jobberswarehouse.com. It's Jobbers Moving and Storage.
Whether it's getting an education, making priceless memories, learning to play, playing to learn, or simply getting where you need to go, the team at Ackerman Estvold has been behind these projects and countless others, developing critical infrastructure, valuable spaces, and even some good old-fashioned fun. Entrusted with the things you know, but delivering more than you may realize. Ackerman Estvold, trusted for decades and decades to come.
Welcome back to Corbett Field here in Minot, North Dakota. That'll do it for our planning team financial advisor, Shots Crossroads post-game show. Luke Wagner doing a little extra celebrating down there, and with just a few of you left on the stream. You can catch our interview with the Sport Clips MVP on the PSP Network social media pages. Your final score for the final time in the Region 6 Championship. Surrey over Velvet Drake Animus by a final score of 3-2. The Mustangs are off to the State B tournament. They join Botno, Central Cass, Thompson, and Delax Burlington in that state tournament field. The other 3 spots will be contested in Regions 3, 4, and 8 over the rest of the week. We know 2 of those matchups. I have not seen a updated result from Region 4. Region 8, we know half the matchup. Region 3's championship game down in Steele will be between the Cheyenne New Rockford Black Sox and Lemoore Litchville Marion Lobos. The Black Sox are unbeaten in the region tournament, so LLM will have to pull off 2 wins there over Cheyenne New Rockford to qualify for state. Meanwhile, in Region 8, Washburn, Wilton, Center Stanton. Don't forget about Wing in there as well. WWWCS is off to the Region 8 championship game. They will play. I have not seen a score from the consolation round, but Hettinger Scranton versus the winner of Shiloh Christian and Beulah from Victor B. Wallen Field in Washburn, North Dakota. And, of course, Region 4 still don't know a result. I know there's 3 teams still remaining coming into today's action: Grafton, Park River, and Langdon. That's going to be a fun finale to that tournament in Region 4. But again, your champion here from Corbett Field, the Surrey Mustangs, for the 23rd time in program history and the first time since 2022. They are Region 6 champions. Until Thursday, when we pick up coverage of the WDA baseball tournament here from Corbett on the PSP Network, I'm Owen Patterson saying thank you for joining us this evening. Hope you enjoy this Region 6 baseball tournament coverage, and we hope to see you on Thursday morning at 11 a.m. sharp, 10:45 a.m. Valvoliness and Oil Change pre-game show ahead of Dickinson and Williston in the WDA baseball tournament. Until then, I'm Owen Patterson saying good night, everybody.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA SIPC. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors LLC and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
How would you like to turn this into this? With Shaw's Crossroads Fuel to Food Reward Program, you can. Here's how it works. Pick up a fuel tracker card from any of our C-store cashiers. Every time you fill up with gasoline or diesel, use the fuel tracker card to record your gallons. Once you reach 1,000 gallons, you'll be eligible for a $10 gift card to Shaw's Crossroads restaurant. Start earning your rewards today at Shaw's Crossroads.